Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Council Chambers on this brisk November 9th today already? No, November 8th? It's November 8th today. So welcome to day 2 of our corporate plan. As I mentioned earlier from yesterday, Council has dedicated 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, to deal with the corporate plan. And if we finish early, then we will finish early. And if we need an extra day, Council will add an extra day to that conversation. Yesterday, we had presentations from our town staff regarding the corporate plan, which comes out of the strategic plan that Council has been working on over the last year, and then prior to that, a couple years before that as well. There's some questions that were left unanswered by administration, and that data has been provided to us. So, administration, can you provide all the stuff that was given to Council today?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So there were, I guess, a handful of questions. We took the time to pull out some of the answers. Those have been provided in advance, and Council has those in a hard copy in front of you. Further to that, Your Worship, there are 2 other documents that have been provided by Councillor Meyer that he had desired to have in the Council's hands as deliberations went through this evening. So those have also been provided. So at this time, Your Worship, I'll just ask our General Manager of Strategic Services to speak to the memo provided by administration.
Thank you, Town Manager. I have included a printed copy for all of Council this evening as well. We have a copy on the screen for further clarification. So there were a handful of questions that Council was seeking clarification and further information on, and so this has been provided for you. First and foremost, we have provided a revised clarified version of the staff tables outlining the number of full-time equivalent staff with clarifications regarding those for pages 17, 31, and 36 of the recommended corporate plan. Second, we have included a copy of the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre and the Stony Plain Library 2023 budget presentations that were previously made to Council last month. So a copy of that has been included for further reflection and clarification. Third, there was a question asked with regards to the original cost that was provided to the town for the Regional Transit Commission that was presented to the town back in February 24th, 2020. So the information has been provided in a table format outlining the 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 numbers that were presented at that time, as well as what has been included in the budget for clarification on the transit cost and budget. Number 4 was the clarification with regards to the RCMP employee ratio. So referencing page 30 of the recommended corporate plan, we have clarified that the chart that's included outlining 20.5 staff includes 1 supervisor, which is not part of the ratio for RCMP employees to RCMP members. So the number of RCMP municipal employees is 19.5 and is the current ratio, meets the correct current ratio for the 49 RCMP officers that are at the detachment. And we will correct the organizational chart on page 30 when it's presented to Council for approval on November 28th. The final point of clarification was with regards to page 78 of the corporate plan under the contractual obligations section. A question was asked with regards to the document outlining the $309,000 contract for local transit service is correctly stated. The additional transit costs realized are due to the contract for the commuter service, of which Spruce Grove is entered into, and we have a cost share agreement with Spruce Grove for our contribution. Since Spruce Grove holds the contract, it is noted under contract obligations. So those are the pieces of information and clarification that were provided based on the questions from yesterday's meeting. Your Worship, if there's any further clarification, we'd be happy to provide so at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for all the information that was requested from council and from the questions that were generated. Members of council, any questions for clear understanding based on that presentation about the information that was just presented to members of council? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to item number 4, the RCMP municipal employee ratio clarity, I'm just wondering if we can get a little bit more of an expanded explanation on why the supervisor would not be included in that ratio.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, the supervisor position would do minimal support work for on-shift. So a watch is what they call the RCMP. Calls the 4 watches that they have per day. So the supervisor would have very to little impact on the administrative duties related to that watch. More an oversight over making sure that the procedures and processes are being done correctly.
Thank you. And for my follow-up, so as you mentioned there, I believe it's a rotation of 4 watches. Is there a supervisor on each watch? So is it a .25 position? Is there one supervisor for all 19 and a half employees? How is that managed?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. So the RCMP is a unique operational model, being that we don't have 4 supervisors for 4 watches. That'd be a bit of a challenge and perhaps a bit of overkill. Certainly the watches have their own supervisory staff through the RCMP and the federal side of it, and the staff are on that watch are basically overseen by that particular position for that watch. So anything that does arise that the town might need to address from an employee or those HR type perspective certainly comes back through our HR channels and through that supervisor of the overall ME staff.
Thank you. I'll follow up on that questioning. Can administration provide the number of provincial RCMP officers stationed in the current building?
Your Worship, I would not have that number accurately to provide you that answer this evening.
Okay, and so maybe you cannot answer the next question then. Based on the number of provincial RCMP are in that building, do they have municipal clerks as well, or clerks that help them do the data entry? And if they do, what ratio is that at?
Your Worship, certainly there are. They're called public servants, or PS is the short term. My understanding is there's 10 of those positions at the detachment.
Okay, thank you. So there's 10. Is there any possibility of administration getting the number of RCMP officers that are not part of the Spruce Grove Stony Plain detachment that are provincial, that are located and housed in that building?
Your Worship, I can endeavor to do that before the close of the evening tonight.
Okay, any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, administration. Again, members of council, as I mentioned yesterday, this corporate plan comes from our strategic plan. This is what administration is recommending to us as the best way forward for a community to reach our long-term municipal development goals as a community of where we want to be in the next 5 years, 10, 15, and 25 years. This is our opportunity to make this 100% ours. So changes in terms of how fast we do projects, how slow we do projects, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. I know there's probably lots of questions, lots of motions that may come forward. Deputy Mayor, since we swore you in as the Deputy Mayor yesterday, let's give it a run. I pass the chair to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll accept the chair, and I'm going to guess that you have a motion that you'd like to put forward.
I have a few. Let's see which one's the easiest.
Let's start with one. Those are your words. I just borrowed them.
Thank you. Okay, well, this is probably one of the easiest ones that I have written down, so let's do this one. Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we increase a 0.75% to the COLA for the non-union members, non-union of the town employees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll give administration a second to word that and put it up for us, and then we'll have you speak to that motion.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if administration can also provide the dollar amount and also the tax impact as well.
Mr. Chair, we've provided the dollar impact on the screen. We can switch it to the motion whenever you're ready. Just give us the indication.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, you see the numbers there that you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay, we're looking at cost impact of $84,500 with a tax impact of 0.48. Administration, can you just clarify that for me, please? 0.46. New prescription coming for those glasses. So 0.46 tax impact. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, are we able to get that screen just a little bit bigger? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead with your commentary there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do make this motion, and I ask the members of council to support it. As we've seen through the corporate plan, there was a review in terms of remuneration and salary grids and staff. There has been increases in the remuneration and merit increases of $220,000 for non-union staff. However, throughout the corporate plan is mentioned that the union staff have a 1.5% COLA increase based on a contract or negotiations with the union. In this corporate plan, there's only a 0.75 for non-union staff. That might be okay in terms of how it's divided up, but in terms of going forward, I think it should be 1.5, the full amount of what the union is receiving, because those are usually negotiated every 3 to 5 years. And we just keep in step with the increases of COLA. If we do not, then we have an issue of what we've seen in the salary review, where there's a huge bump in terms of dollars for non-union employees. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with that, we'll open it up to council for discussion and deliberation. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It doesn't look like we have any comments from council, so just to summarize here, the motion is on the table to increase the COLA raise for non-union employees so that it is on par with the union increase for this year to 1.5%. Total cost there to the municipality of $84,500 at 0.46% of a tax increase. Before I call the question, are there any other or any at all comments from council? Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So having looked at this myself, I think it's important when we look at our employees within our community that we treat all the same or get close to being treated all the same. Having a divide, whether you're union or non-union, is not a good way to create good camaraderie between the individuals within our communities. So unless I hear something different from fellow councillors tonight, I think it's something that we all should take into consideration when we're sitting at this table, that we treat each and everyone equally within the community. We try and treat all of our town residents the same, and we need to treat the employees the same. So unless I hear something different tonight, I think this is a good step forward in making equality within our community.
Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Any other thoughts, comments, discussion? Mr. Mayor, did you have any final comments here?
Mr. Chair, I do not. I think it's, I said it all at the beginning.
Perfect. Thank you. And with that, we'll call to question. All in favor? And that passes unanimously.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll take the chair back. Members of council, there we go. We just broke the ice. First motion is done. Some conversation. The floor is open up to any motions, comments, and suggestions, I guess. Okay, Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just start by saying, in regards, I did request a bit of information from our administration in regards to the medical first response program delivered through the Stony Plain Fire Department in partnership with Alberta Health Services, as well as some information on the paid-on-call casual operating model. We do see an increase in our budget for that. However, I don't feel that I have enough information tonight to propose any potential changes to that. However, I would like to see more information on that prior to Council's strategic plan. So I do have a motion in regards to that, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship. I move to direct administration to bring a report back to Council prior to strategic planning regarding the Stony Plain Fire Department, outlining details for the following 3 areas: the Medical First Response Program in partnership with Alberta Health Services, the paid-on-call casual operating model, and the fire service agreements with Parkland County and the City of Spruce Grove.
Administration, did you capture that? Councilor Laurie, can you just double check that's correct?
That is, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. As I mentioned there, I did request a bit of information to come back. One of the key parts that I saw that interested me is in relation to the question I had regarding the seemingly low number of MFR calls that Parkland County had delivered by the Town of Stony Plain Fire Department, and the high number of MFR calls that the Town of Stony Plain had in relation. And the answer to that is that there is a level that Parkland County has accepted of the calls that they will respond to. So AHS has several different dispatch codes for the severity of those calls. As well as we do have full-time firefighters on during the day, but we also have casual firefighters responding to those calls during the day as well. And so I'm interested in receiving more information on how this system is working, on how the MFR program works, because that's a download from the province. And we have to be cognizant of how that affects our municipality from a financial standpoint. I am 100% supportive of our fire department providing emergency medical services where necessary, but it's seeming that AHS is leaning on our fire department significantly for non-emergent matters in which they don't seem to have the capacity to support at this time. And that is coming at a secondary cost to our residents who are already paying for medical services to be provided through the province. So I'm hoping that we can get this report back prior to strategic plan so that this can be an item of discussion on our strategic planning agenda, and we can determine whether there is or is not an item that needs action from that.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Members of council, the motion is on the floor. Questions, comments, and debate on the proposed motion. Okay. Yeah, man. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. To my colleague, this was just in regards to your question about the increase for the RCMP contract, additional RCMP employees, and the fire casual increase. That's what this is in regards to?
Yes, this is,
Okay.
this is part of the information. I requested the information about a week ago in regards to the MFR program.
Okay.
I've spoken to it several times over the last year in council as well. We've heard about it at Alberta Municipalities Conference and et cetera. So just looking for a little bit more detail on how that's working right now, and as well as our response model, given that we have full-time staff and casual firefighters as well.
Thank you.
I have a question for administration. Based on the current wording, having the information back to council prior to strategic plan, is that a reality? Or does staff need more time to accumulate all the information?
Your worship, I believe it's doable. You know, the way the motion is worded, you know, a couple of the, you know, 1 and number 3, perhaps I would venture to say, are fairly straightforward. Number 2, there's probably a little bit more to that one, but I would say it's doable. And your worship, if I may, I would just go a little bit further on that and indicate that the wording of the motion is speaking more to like a for information report, as opposed to a report with, you know, significant analysis and potential recommendations. It is worded as a information report, so I think that makes it more doable as well.
Okay. So Councilor Laurie, that is the gist, is to have that information data brought back for council to review and then for us to have a conversation later, right?
It is certainly, yeah. Based on that information review, I would feel that council would then be in a position to make a decision at strategic planning as to whether we wanted further analysis and additional models available at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any questions, comments, debate? Okay, see none. Councilor Laurie, anything else to add?
That's all. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Okay, members of council, any more questions, comments, debate? More motions? Yes. Anything, Councilor Hanson? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to bring up a suggested amendment to, because I'm looking at the whole of the budget as amendable. Am I correct?
That is correct.
All right. Page 73. This is under fiscal plan. It's letter I at the very bottom of that page regarding taxation of vacant lands. And the purpose of this higher tax charged on vacant lands is because, I suppose, because the town still must clean the roads and maintain things around those vacant lands, but there's no revenue increase coming from them because nobody's ever built on them. The purpose is to establish a policy for taxation of vacant residential and vacant non-residential lands which remain undeveloped for 7 years at a rate of 1.25 times the tax rate effective January 1, 2023. I'm going to suggest that 7 years is a long time. I would like to see that made 5 years at the most, and I'm certainly open to hearing what my colleagues on council may think about that, and that the tax rate be 1.50 times.
Okay. So Councilor Hansard, listening to your comments, we cannot do that at that time, at this point in time. This is a policy that has been already passed by council. So if council would like to delve into this policy, then the motion would be needed to be made to bring this policy back to council.
Okay.
So this is already an approved policy that our staff are using and working on. And it is also, when council adopted it, there was a set time of review. So if the minister can provide us when that review date is, and then maybe I can ask Councilor Hansard if she wants that sooner than what it is.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I accept that this is actually already set in policy right now, and it would take some other process, not a budget process, to change it.
That's correct. So as the policy has already been passed by council, council has the opportunity to change that policy, but we have to deal with that policy to change it. We can't change it when we're doing corporate
So my motion would be to have this come back to council in the new year, perhaps, for review of that, or would we be doing it at a specific time?
That's up to the mover, so yourself, Councillor Hansard. But can we, because Councillor Hansard was not on council when the policy was passed, is it possible to send all members of council that policy with a review date, so then council can review it and decide if that's something that we want to talk about at an earlier date than what is also already scheduled for the policy review?
Yes, Your Worship. The policy that Councillor Hansard is referencing was approved by council in September of 2020. It is scheduled for review in 2027, and if council provides us with direction, we can review it at any time that it is directed by council.
Okay.
Prior to that.
Okay, so thank you. So, Councillor Hansard, the reason why that it was set to come back to review it in 2027 was that is actually 4 years from the time that we start the policy. So it allows our staff, our residents, our landholders the opportunity to actually work a cycle through to see how the policy is working before we came back to council for any deliberations and changing that policy. As you mentioned, that it comes into effect January 1st, 2023. If we change it for January 1st, 2024, well, that's only 1 year in existence. So to have a good feel of understanding if that policy works or not, I don't think a year is appropriate, and I think the review date for 2027 is appropriate.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I accept what you're saying, and I saw 2023 as an opportunity to make a change so that we could actually see perhaps a uptake by the development community to actually do something with their vacant lots and not just let them sit pretty much at the town's and taxpayer expense to foot the bill for everything else that goes on around those vacant lots. So I'm certainly hearing you. With that, I don't believe there is a motion needed now, but is this something that we could ask to have perhaps discuss? We would not be able to even discuss it at strategic planning, or to have it be a subject that could come up for consideration?
Well, for sure, administration will be providing us that policy to council, and during strat planning this year, if something that's council wants to talk about, I'm always open to receiving those comments, and then we'll just add it to the agenda items.
Okay, I wouldn't want to wait till 2027 before we can even talk about it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Members of council, any questions, comments, debate, more motions that need to be made? Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And just a comment to Councillor Hansard's previous. I've already seen a few vacant properties that have already seems to have lit a fuse under them. They seem to already be working on some of those. But I would like to make a motion that Town Council amend the recommended 2023-2025 corporate plan to include grant funding of $596,320 to the Stony Plain Public Library to support an IT coordinator, 0.65 of a full-time position, representing $34,421.89, and B, a community librarian, one full-time employee increase at $57,398.25. And I think administration will give us what that affects the total increase, tax increase is.
Your Worship, that brings the increase of 0.5% for a total of 5.79%.
Okay, and to the motion, please. Councilor Meyer, I'm going to suggest that you make an alteration to that motion, is that you increase the funding by $91,820, because that motion could be read as we're adding an extra $596,000. So
Okay.
$504,500 is already included in the budget.
Yep.
So the motion would be to increase or to add $91,820.
Yeah, sure, if that sounds easier.
$91,820. Councilor Meyer, does that look correct?
That looks correct to me.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I couldn't decide between giving you guys a rambling speech or a disjointed point-by-point why we should do this. So I'll probably just do both. So I apologize in advance, but I'll read from some prepared remarks. First, I'd like to thank administration for circulating some information for me beforehand. I'd also like to just get you guys to reference to the library's budget report that they sent us earlier. I'm going to reference a few of these charts, these ones in particular. They're on pages 7, 8, and 9. So I'd like to remind council that a few weeks ago we did get a presentation from the library director. In it, we heard an argument put forward to support 2 staffing proposals. It's a very forward-looking report, as well as I hope you guys all appreciate it. Didn't beat around the bush. It's asking for these 2 positions quite clearly. One of them's an IT coordinator. Specifically, this one is going to be the most beneficial. It'll lighten the burden on our director, who, just by the way, when I called today to confirm these numbers that I'm giving you guys, he answered the phone, just to highlight a touch of some of the staffing shortage that we do have at the library. That's not an uncommon occurrence. And the other position is a community librarian, so that the library can extend its services into the community to serve our residents who are clearly anxious to participate in community. Once again, if I can get you to turn page 9 of the library's slide deck, the one that's labeled People Entering the Library. Yeah, no, there isn't. I know, sorry. There are 3 colored reports. One of them is labeled Circulations, one is labeled Library Memberships, and the third one is People Entering the Library. If I can just get your attention to the People Entering the Library. Just to highlight specifically in these results, also, sorry, and just to also supplement this report, in one of my sheets that I handed around, there's the previous 5 years of visits as well there. And so I want you guys to just quickly notice here that obviously the library is back in terms of people visiting it. You can see the turn down in COVID, which I would also highlight that much like the golf course, the library is one of the few things that remained open the entire time. So if you go to library memberships, which is the previous slide there, you can see how that's reflected there as well. People kind of discovered the library during this time, much like I say that I would compare to people discovering golf. So we saw quite a significant uptick. Some of that would also be obviously the prominence of the new library downtown. But you can see that we are definitely increasing the amount of patrons that we are serving. Finally, well, not finally, sorry, I'm going to keep going, but if you look at the circulations, so interestingly, that shows a drop-off through COVID. But what I think it really tells a story of is much like what our director came to us and told us, the library is not just a library anymore. It's not just the books. It's a large part, it's the IT services and focus it provides there, as well as a meeting space that has increased over COVID. So back to sort of my rambling speech. Sorry. So back to people entering the library. We had a bit of a COVID oddity there. When we moved into our new library, our original director, if you guys cast back to Allison, the library made a decision then to cut service hours because what we found was with a larger space, you had to have more staff there, as well as you can also see the numbers reflect higher use too. So we had cut back those hours, and then COVID struck, and that kind of buried that problem. It wasn't such an issue through COVID. But now that the numbers are creeping back at the library, that problem is more obvious now, once again. So in terms of needs, I should also be clear, having discussed with the director today, that if we get an increase in staff there, we will eventually, maybe not this year, but because we are addressing a shortfall at the current moment, which if you turn to this other sheet of paper handed out here, labeled Community Full-Time Employees and Funding Per Capita, you can see that as a comparison to other communities, that we are far less staffed at our library than some comparative communities. And like I say, that often winds up falling to the director to fill in many of our positions. Now, in the past, when our library was smaller in a previous location, running it as a smaller town entity, staffed by high school students part-time and part-time staff, that might have worked then. But I would put to you guys that we've invested heavily in a top-notch center, in a great location, and I heard earlier one of my fellow councillors talk about treating employees the same. Well, the employees at the library aren't treated the same in that they're expected to cobble together sort of jobs and do this one on the side to a certain degree. And so I think with these increases that are being proposed, there's a different approach being put to the library, a slightly more mature, professional library that this community is growing into. And you see that reflected in other departments in the town, sort of a more professional service delivery. And I would, like I say, put it to you guys that the library too deserves to, and the town deserves, an increase in service level there. So now I'll jump to sort of some points that I hopefully didn't miss. So in the director's report, we heard about the Public Library Services branch and their recommendations that highlighted that there is a standard that we're not meeting. And there was some question as to where those numbers came from. And I just wanted to highlight that the Public Library Services branch is a branch of municipal affairs. They are, I guess you could kind of consider them a bit of a funding partner when it comes to the library. So in terms of them numbers being, I don't know how you'd phrase them, suspect or sort of pulling out of thin air, they're not. They are based on much research, and and supported by Public Library Services branch. So I hope that people value what the director came and told us we needed, and I hope we can support, and I ask for my fellow councillors' support in this motion to fully fund the library's request. And I will stop there.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. I appreciate the motion and the commentary and the kind of rationale what you believe is that supports the motion. Members of council, the floor is open for questions and comments for clarity from Councillor Meyer and also debate on the motion as well. Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just need some clarification, please. Is this the first time we're hearing these numbers and these positions, or it was presented before and council did not support it? I'm a little confused why it isn't lumped into the larger amount of money that we already saw presented as part of what the town supports in the way of the library. To have it come to us this way makes me wonder if it was part of something that got taken out, or if it's something that came up maybe after the fact, after the other numbers were compiled, and now we're seeing that these extra dollars are needed for these things. Could I get clarification on that, please?
Councillor Meyer?
So I would say that we have seen these numbers before. The director included them in his reports a few weeks ago. In terms of why they are not included in the corporate plan, I would ask you to remember the conversation that we had after the library's presentation regarding sort of the optics of whether we were putting it in or out of the corporate plan, whether we were giving dollars or taking them away if we didn't fully fund their request. And it would appear that to fully fund the library's request, we have to make a motion in this meeting to do that.
Okay, so clarification. Whether we took numbers away that left us not funding fully what the library asked for, is this then motions to put those items back in front of council for a second opportunity to make a different decision?
So we accepted the director's report for information at that time. We didn't make a decision one way or the other at that point.
So, follow up, please, Mr. Mayor. Just help me be really clear, if possible. Why are these dollar amounts not included in the $509,000 that was already listed in our budget package, our corporate plan package?
Okay. So Councillor Hansard, they were not included in the corporate plan. As on page 61 of our corporate plan, it has a list of the community groups and grants that town council supports through our corporate planning process. Most of these community groups, library boards, etc., have worked with our administration to come with a built-in 3 to 4 year proposal that has a relatively stable price increases in terms of between 3 to 5%, which we understand that's cost of inflation, COLAs, etc. When it comes outside of that parameters, then it's not included into the corporate plan, because then that needs to be a decision of council. So the presentation by the library board was made to council on October 3rd, where this presentation was presented and the request was asked at that time. And so now it's coming forward for us as a council to decide if we should add it or not.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Myers. I'm going to ask a few questions, and then I'll let my other fellow councillors ask, because I've got a number of questions that I'm hoping that gets brought out during this debate that we have here today. So when I look at the populations proportionate to what I see with the FTEs per 100, I see Stony Plain, Camrose, and Beaumont being somewhat of the same stature. We add Canmore in there. From what I understand, Canmore grows to a small suburb of Calgary during certain times of the year. So those numbers I can see reflected with what Canmore is. So I kind of take Canmore out of that for my own thinking. While I fully support, and I think that the library is something that's very important to our community today, when I look at, and I think back to the presentation we had, I see a director coming in that hasn't had the opportunity to fully look at what's in our community or expected of the community, wanting a bunch of stuff. And when I look at what I see up there today, I see an IT coordinator. So IT for me is something that we're taking away from our local businesses. They continue to support that, and maybe that's something that we want to do. And I'm looking for comments from my fellow councillors as to, you know, are we fringing on taking away from our local businesses that do IT? Now, I can fully understand a community librarian, but I also think that we're coming just out of a pandemic where people are trying to get a feel for what they need for their communities and where they are within their communities. So I can see where many businesses are overwhelmed with a lot of things today and having to really look at what is coming out of this pandemic and what is going to be going forward. So is it a reflection of the pandemic that looks like we've got substantial more traffic that's coming through the thing, and in 6 months we're going to see that drops back off to where it was pre-pandemic? Or is it something that's going to continue? So when I look at what we ask for in a budget, I really look for this, and I'll use the word business term. When I look at everything that we do within the community, I look at what I would do with my own business. And when it's nice to ask, and it's nice to be able to go to our public and say to them, well, let's just give a little more money here and a little more money there. But I was hoping that what the library would do was come to council and tell us that they'd like to make small incremental steps to get us to where we need to be, not large incremental steps. And I think what I'm seeing here is a very large incremental step. This is what we have to be because this is what other communities are doing. And I don't know that Stony Plain is all the other communities. Stony Plain is unique, and we talk about it being very unique in a lot of things that we do. And we talk about that right from how we pay our town employees, to how council is paid, to how everything in the community is looked at. Stony Plain is unique, and it's a bit different than every place else. So I worry when I see somebody new coming in going, well, we need to be just like everybody else. If that's the direction that we're going to take, is to be just like everybody else, we need to look at a broad aspect of things. We need to look at what our town employees are being paid, what the fire hall's being paid, what we charge for taxes in our town. I think we're pretty proud of how our tax base is a bit less than other places. Yes, we're 3 kilometers away from a big city, but we also are very unique in what we do. So I'm a bit worried, and I'm really excited to hear what my fellow councillors will have to say about this in moving this to the next level, because it does need to move to the next level. But what does that level look like, Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, Councillor Fletchko. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
I'll try and respond to each one of those. So first, your comparators. I appreciate, I too kind of struggle with the size, but that's always a challenge when you're looking at comparators, right? Finding the right ones. I think if you look at these and maybe say compare them to the fact that they're similar to Stony Plain in that they pick communities that are near a larger hub, a larger city, you know, like it might look a little bit more appropriate in that regards. So in terms of just comparators, I mean, we have what we have, and but like I say, I think those maybe, because one of the points that I would like to make here is in regards to your perception of it, because I would say that we are actually in a staffing shortage. We're already behind the 8 ball. In fact, if we get these positions, the library is probably going to be, if you look in our presentation, they point out that in future years, they're looking for further increases as well. So, and in terms of, I want to be extra clear about what these positions would do is really just fill a hole. We wouldn't even quite be able to extend hours of service quite yet because speaking with the director, we use up our staffing's allotment hours, almost just being open regular 9 to 5, or sorry, 10 to 8 hours for the library already as is. So, but further to this, we've gone through a number of directors the last couple of years. Now, Allison was a special case. I think she did and carried a lot of the load on her shoulders. And when we left her, or when she left us, it left a big hole in the organization. One that I think her replacement had a hard time filling, largely because he didn't have the staffing support. And there's another of other reasons that I think that, you know, that happened. But I do think it made it easy. It made it easy for him to make the decision to take an easier job with half the headaches for roughly the same pay, which, when, again, back to these numbers, you know, we do have to look at how we fit into the region and how, like other departments, you know, like we get people sort of headhunted away from us. So that's something that we should consider there. And then I would also like to point out, in terms of your asking for small incremental steps, actually the library, you wouldn't know this, but the previous year's budget, we wanted to stick in a 1% and do sort of that approach, small incremental, which was, for lack of a better word, just sort of shot down by administration at the time. So, you know, that approach had been considered. I would say that, again, back to the retention, if you haven't met our director yet, he is young, you know, he's smart, and he's good at what he does, you know, so those are the types of people that are going to get hunted away from us. So in terms of supporting him, I would suggest that the smart move for the town as a corporation is to hold on to quality people, and we've got one in the director there. So other than that, you know, your idea that we're in competition with, say, IT, I would say that the customers are not the same. At the library, you're probably more likely to get sort of maybe more the little old lady coming in, help to make her screen size bigger, just to work, you know, her IT, not necessarily a business kind of relation there, although I'm sure that does happen to some degree, you know. But in that regard, the library is one of the few free services in the town. So yeah, it might compete a bit with some IT companies out there, but I'm going to put it to you that really you're probably getting people that either can't afford that, or it's not an IT business type of question. It's more like I need help from somebody who just knows how to work IT, if that makes sense. So I don't think that the library's IT specialist is going to draw away from our local businesses.
Just
Hold on, go ahead.
follow up. One thing I wanted to ask you is, I'm wondering what is left in the reserve fund that the library board continues to have, and why that was maybe not considered as a portion of what could be used to fund some of this, and then show that there's a need for this at budget time next year.
Yep, sure, and I'm actually glad you asked about that, because I think it's an opportunity to highlight the library's good stewardship of the town's money. Now, there's a number of reasons. I'm not sure if everyone's aware, but the library made 2 repayments to the town this year, one for the $50,000, and then an additional one not that long ago for $250,000. So the reserves the Finance Committee felt it prudent to return those to the library because they were so large, or sorry, to the town because they were so large. In terms of them being so large, it's kind of a one-off thing. There was a GIC that got cashed, and that was fully intended to be given back to the library or to the town for some of that grant that we gave for fixtures and furniture, if you recall, the 1.8 million. So that GIC was intended for that, but there's also one-time sort of savings in terms of salary. So we went several months without a director, which of course, being the largest salary, was quite a significant savings there. And then also there was a period there when we first got Mark on as director where we didn't have an assistant director for several months. So between those sort of three things and also the library's focus on making sure that they did have some type of repayment to the town, that's why sort of there was such large reserves. And like I say, the town or the library was very adamant that we give those back to the town, and they don't just sit there and they don't. I think the word is cookie jar budgeting, where you have a little bit more and you save it for a rainy day. Generally, that's not best practices, and so in that regard, we gave it back, or the library gave it back to the town.
Okay. So Councillor Meyer, can you just provide the number that is in the current library budget's reserve?
Currently, without being able to look at the budget, I couldn't tell you for sure. I know we saved enough for 6 months, three to 6 months worth of operating. Just, you know, because there's usually a delay in when the town's grant actually arrives. So we made sure that there was enough there to finish off the year.
Thank you. Well, we'll come back and revisit that a little bit later. Councillor Pleshko. Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Couple questions. I remember in the presentation when the director was talking about the IT coordinator, he had indicated it was for full IT purposes when the computers all shut down and they can't operate. So in comment to what you were saying about the granny coming in and getting IT service is not really IT service, is kind of contradictory to what the director had asked or had mentioned during the presentation. They are looking for a full IT personnel, correct?
Yeah, so the IT coordinator would have several responsibilities. Obviously, internal IT, but there's a number of user groups that he would be supporting, and so like I say, the example of the little old lady coming in, currently she would have to book a time with the IT coordinator on the 2 days, in one of the 2 days, weeks that he's in, to coordinate her particular issue. What the library would like to do is be able to offer that 5 days a week.
Okay. Question number 2.
Go ahead.
Looking at their budget highlights for expenses, they're budgeting for less in operating costs for 2023 compared to their approved 2022 budget. Can you explain why they would be operating on a lower budget for next year compared to this year if they're asking for more money for more employees?
Sorry, I'm going to have to just take a peek at that. You're referencing
This
some...
page.
Sorry, budgeting highlights revenue or budgeting highlights expenses?
The expenses.
And the question, sorry, is...
Operating budget that was approved for 2022 is 117. But their draft for 2023 is 113. So if they're asking for more employees and they need another $90,000, why would their operating budget be less?
I don't have a good answer there for you right now. I could get back to you on that one.
And then
Yeah, there's a question. Go ahead.
I should have wrote it down.
I can always come back.
Yeah, can we come back to me? Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councilor Lori?
Thank you, Your Worship, and just to give a little bit of help to Councillor Loyne's question, it was something I flagged as well. The library's increase in their expenses is actually $106,000. So they have an increase, a small increase in revenue that offsets some of that, which leaves them with a $91,820 difference. I do have a couple of points, and I'm struggling with this one because I support what the library is trying to do. I'm just not sure if I quite support the way it's being asked for. A couple of things that I looked at, number one, the biggest thing that I hear from our residents on a regular basis is that they wish the library was more accessible. In other words, they wish their opening hours were larger, which you would think adding additional staff would accomplish. But from what I've heard tonight and after reviewing the presentation again, it does not actually appear that that is so for this year. And that concerns me a little bit because when I look at the list of the employees that make up the 7.89 FTE equivalents, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 16 employees listed there. And to extend operating hours by 1 to 2 hours a day over the course of a week, or open for, say, 4 to 6 hours on a day that the library is currently closed, could be achieved by adding in a different structure than what's being proposed. It wouldn't fill the gaps that what's being proposed is attempting to fill. But I'm not seeing the value to residents in what's being asked for. Again, I look at the IT and the tech coordinator that's at a current 0.35 being requested to go up to a 1.0 to a full-time inclusion of benefits position. I guess my question would be, why not step that up over the next couple of years? Why not step that from 0.35 to 0.5 in year 1, or even 0.6? Go up from 2 days to 3 days a week, or 2 days to 4 days a week. Next is when I look at the ask for a full 1 FTE increase, I look at the positions that exist. There's 2 positions at 0.7. You could bring both of those positions up to full-time, and it would only be a 0.6 FTE increase rather than a 1 FTE increase. Looking at, as Councillor Loynes was highlighting, the revenues and expenses that were presented, there's a $91,000 staffing increase ask in specific. The rest of the increases in the expenses were offset. But what I'm not seeing is I'm not seeing a potential increase in revenue to help offset those staffing increases. So the library, as you mentioned, it is a service hub. It can provide services to residents. And I'll give a perfect example. Many libraries do passport photos. And so when I think of this tech coordinator position, and I think of the equipment that exists at the library today, I'm surprised to see a budget come forward that's asking for these positions, but isn't exploring the opportunities for revenue that could help offset the expenses of these positions. So the last point I have is in regards to the chart that we were provided for the FTE per 100 and the funding per capita. I actually believe that FTE is per 1,000 just by my calculations. And then looking at the public library services branch best practices. So being correct that the way things sit today, we do not meet the essential standards of service. But what is being proposed with the addition of the 0.65 and the 1 FTE, if my calculation's right, that actually brings us to either at or over the essential level of service. Now, I believe the target for the library is enhanced, they'd like to go to the enhanced level. It also puts us up to, I believe it's 3314 per capita, which puts us higher than several on this list. And then to Councillor Palechko's point, I see Canmore as the anomaly on that list. Typically, when you're doing comparators, you take your comparators, you eliminate your highest, you eliminate your lowest, and the ones in the middle become your comparators. And so Canmore, to me, would be struck off that list because at a 0.88 FT per 1,000, their closest on this list other than that is a 0.56, and a 6140 funding per capita, their closest to that is a 5181. I don't see that. That pulls that average quite high. I really wish that this had come to council differently, because I don't feel that as council, I would be comfortable making any amendment to this request. I would like to see the library have an increase. I'm not sure if this is the increase that I can support though. And so I would have liked to have seen, you know, even after the library's presentation to council, there was an opportunity that that request could have been amended prior to corporate plan coming forward, and we didn't see that. So those are just kind of my thoughts, and I'll listen to my colleagues here as well as we move forward. So decide where we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Meyer, any comments regarding kind of the stepping up the increases of FTEs versus full-time?
Yes. So in regards to the full-time community librarian, the reason they didn't step up any of the other positions is because none of those other positions hold the designation, I guess, or degree, I guess you'd call it, that a community librarian would have. So these other positions wouldn't necessarily be able to fill the role. The idea of a community librarian is someone that would go into the community. Seniors center and the like. We recently at the Halloween time had the library had a thing going on down here in Town Hall. Instead of sending a library assistant, the director felt it necessary that he had to fill that role for that event. So in regards to the tech coordinator, it's the director's opinion that that position would be able to support the other positions. It's actually the one most desired and would probably free up the most amount of other employees to be more effective there. So in regards to why not do this in a stepped process, there is a bit of like I say, a maturing of the library that is being sought there. And in terms of revenue to offset those, you can certainly bring that idea back to the library. I'm not sure that I can speak much to it here tonight.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Myers. We'll go back to Councillor Loynes, and we'll go down the table. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Earlier you had mentioned how the library is very proud that they paid back $300,000, if I got my numbers right. So my question would be then, is two parts. One, because I wasn't here when the whole repayment schedule and things like that came forward for the library, is there a minimum they need to pay back every year? Okay, so why, knowing that they're looking for more employees, would they have spent $300,000 to pay us, the town, back if there isn't a set schedule to pay them back when they're asking for $91,000 this year? 2024, they are asking for 3 new employees. 2025, they're asking for another 2 new employees. Wouldn't it have made more sense for them to keep their reserves and their funding where it was and pay for their employees and then pay us back versus saying, here's your money you lent us, now we need more money?
Yeah, and that's a fair comment. I think I certainly saw it that way myself. There is a certain, I guess, wider held belief. I'm not really that experienced in the whole thing, but the idea of, you know, you should stick to your budget. If you haven't budgeted these positions and presented them to your funding partners to sort of just collect money unbudgeted and use it, I think they call it cookie jar budgeting. It's kind of the opposite of taking a bath when you've blown over your budget and you just pile on the expenses at that point, because once you're in the hole, you're in the hole. Well, the opposite to that is sort of this keeping money around for a rainy day. And last term, the previous council actually, there was a bit of that going on with the library, and the library, or the council at the time, lifted out those funds, effectively lifted those funds. I think we reduced their budgeting, or their funding that year, so that we made them spend that money. But essentially, the library didn't want to get into a similar situation again, and all things being fair, they wanted to not sit on that much money and send it back to us.
But essentially then, it's not repayment of a loan or money that was given to rebuild if they're asking for money again. It's to repurpose their money, right? They're just asking for their money back.
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Actually, that money is currently based on the conversation around the table. When the new library was built, the Stony Plain Library, the board had committed to purchasing all the furniture and fixtures inside the library. So the town of Stony Plain had committed to building the shell of the library, and then the library board itself was going to bring all the fixtures. At that point in time, the library board did not have the current funds available. I think they went on a capital campaign as well at that time. The town of Stony Plain increased our debenture borrow to cover the cost until such time that the library board has the opportunity to pay that back. There was no repayment schedule because, again, this is almost like a non-arm's length business where we have actually quite a bit of control with the appointee on there, and also we, looking at the budget, we control the majority of the budget that's earmarked for the library. So in terms of having that paid back is not a top priority, but I think the library board believed that it was, and they feel that it is a top priority for them, and that's great within the library board, and it's up to us as a council to decide that if the library it warrants the extra budget dollars they're asking for to move the library forward from a smaller library to a larger library.
Okay. I'm good then.
Councillor Hanson.
Mr. Mayor, my thoughts are running in several directions on this, and I'm going to start off on a positive note. Councillor Meyer can go back to his library board and say, I gave it my best shot. Other than that, and I do appreciate the thoughtfulness that seems to have gone into the ask for these positions. On the surface, it strikes me that we have a relatively new director of libraries or librarian. I'm not sure the actual name that this new person has there at the library. I sat for a number of years on the library board and the Yellowhead Regional Library Board, and I have a special place in my heart for libraries. But I find the request bold. Bold is a good word. I'm going to step aside and I'm going to compare our entire organization of the town of Stony Plain, and I see departments waiting for an employee, in some cases for years. And I see 0.25 or 0.5 or 0.6 of a full-time equivalent position being asked for, and the departments that receive those employees make do and get work done, and sometimes an exorbitant amount of work, for those positions, and everybody pitching in and doing what they can and stretching themselves, and then working to not come to council with really bold requests that even as a counselor, I sit here and think, we need that position. We need that help. We need those hours in that department. But very, very reluctant department general managers and CAO to come to council and just ask for everything they need. Here we have a relatively new person in the position running the library, and it appears to me, with all respect, that he's got a big list of things that he might want to accomplish. And in order to do that, this is what the employee requirement is, to accomplish some of these things. But nothing, I don't want to say nothing, but not enough time given to prove a real need here. I'm not saying wonderful things couldn't happen if there were 2 full-time equivalent positions given to the library. But I'm thinking we need to have a grounding. We need to see perhaps some struggle, making do, pushing yourself, and then coming back after with some time under your belt and saying, we've tried this, we've tried that, now we need this. And having you come back, if you're still on that board, Councillor Meyer, through the mayor to you, and making that plea again in a different year. Would be nice if I'm still here to hear it. I would simply say I am reluctant to support a request at this time for 2 full-time equivalent positions, basically. Is that what, no, we're asking for a .65 and a full-time equivalent position right off the bat, right out of the hopper. And I'm just going, no, that doesn't make sense to me. Not only that, but when you take on an employee, this isn't an experiment. We don't get to say, oh, that was a mistake, we shouldn't have done that. You don't hire people and let people go because you haven't thought things out or proven your need. And I don't know if those amounts also include benefits and everything else, but 1 year is not enough to promise somebody in the way of employment to justify an increase in a budget to pay for them. You have to realize you're looking at 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, maybe 10 years or more, and pay increases and higher earned salaries along the way. Those amounts never stay those amounts. They grow. And the library needs to get its feet under itself, I would say, before we start asking for these extra employees. Show us what the struggle is with the employees that you've got. And I will make a point as a counselor to go there and observe and be more present in the library, not because I want to get in the way of anybody doing their job, but to just watch what really goes on there and to perhaps see the needs myself that are being explained to us today. Unless wisdom of council, administration persuades me otherwise, I'm not inclined to support these requests at this time.
Thank you for your comments, Councilor Hastert. Councilor Pacheco, please.
Did Councillor Meyer want to respond at all?
Very briefly.
Well, let's just take that away because now we're going to get into, this is not a one-off back and forth. All comments come to the chair, and this is more or less back and forth. So if we can direct the comments through me to the individual, and then I will just make sure that we're not going over the same points, because I'm pretty sure from the answers that we received from Councillor Meyer, it's going to be the same commentary as prior.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. So as I sat here tonight, I do want to say that I fully support the library. I think it's a fantastic thing, and I think the new library is something that our community has needed for a long time. In fact, every Thursday, my wife now takes our grandkids to the library, so it is a function that is well needed within our community. However, when I sit here tonight and I look at what the request is, I just want to reiterate a few things. I see 7 library assistants, and we want to add a community library again. So what I see is, from a business aspect, I see the opportunity for us to look at what we have internally to see how one of those may fit, or we need to restructure what we do within our library system to be able to move our community library forward. So again, I would just, there's a number of things that I can. I think all of our counselors have stated basically the same thing tonight. And unless the only individual that we haven't heard speak tonight has some really compelling aspects to the library. I would really like to see this be taken back to the library, all the information that you've got from all of the good counselors here tonight, and look at it from a business aspect like we do with all of our community stuff here and everything that we do at our town. When we see stuff from the town, they come with, here's a 0.6 and why we want it, and here's the benefit to it. This is just a request, and I understand there's benefits and what you've been trying to portray tonight, but it still, for me, lacks the ability to be able to say how we move the library forward. And that's really what I'm looking forward in this budget, was how we can move that library forward in a solid step, using and utilizing the structure that's there. So unless I hear something drastically different in the next little bit, I find this hard to support as well.
Thank you for comments, Council Pletcher. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those that know me will know this is a tough one as a school teacher as well. And since this came forward into chambers the first time, I've kind of been back and forth on wanting to support the library, but struggling with what's being put before us. And I think that's kind of a shared sentiment in some of the comments that I've heard tonight. Reflecting back on the presentation, one of the comments or the questions that came up was the use of volunteers. And if there is, this pressing need for, additional staff, how are we utilizing the volunteers that are in place? And a quick look on our Stony Plain Library page actually surprised me tonight, as it says the library, Stony Plain Library, is not accepting any volunteers. And so we have this ask before council. My wonder, and maybe if you have an answer to this, Councillor Meyer, through yourself, Mayor, to Councillor Meyer, what is the situation at the library currently in terms of our utilization of volunteers in our volunteer program? Because I feel like that would be a good first step in trying to meet some of the needs that we've heard currently exist.
So I'd love to give you some kind of good answer about what we're doing with the volunteers. I would point out that the students on that sheet there, A, B, C, and D, working 8 hours a week, fill a certain amount of that volunteer work. In terms of how are they specifically utilized, I can't answer that, sorry.
No, and I appreciate that, because I can think about, the context of a school library, and, students are often active in reshelving books and, assisting with picking up books around the library and those sorts of things. And, hearing the conversation of the best utilization of the resources that are in place, obviously it's not a, FTE for FTE trade, but we do have, 0.8 there in terms of, students. And my wonder is, could that be reallocated to increase the FTE of some of the other positions, and then utilize community volunteers to do some of that other work? And, the town has been active in developing a volunteer strategy and building a database and opportunity. And we live in a community where people are always looking for opportunity to volunteer, and we see that all the time. And so just a wonder there. The other piece that I'm left a little bit confused in, and I think this was spoken about a little bit already, but that's the kind of the job description of the IT coordinator. And I guess it's you know, one of those things where we have library staff just by nature of what libraries have become that assist with some of those tech elements that we're talking about. And I'm not convinced that we need a specialist in terms of a tech coordinator or an IT staff, you know, to help with you know, some of those basic computer functions. And so, yes, we do have patrons that visit the library that will require some of that tech support. But again, just not convinced that it is, you know, something only an IT coordinator can solve. You know, the comment was made about the director attending a community event because he didn't feel potentially, I think was the observation, that he had staff that he was comfortable sending. But, you know, I think about our town events. And how many of them, you know, we see our town staff at, our general managers, our town manager, you know, mayor, council, you know, attending those events. I don't think it's out of line for our library director to attend events outside of the physical library space. In fact, would maybe see it as an opportunity for mentorship of some of those other staff to be able to bring somebody with him and, you know, look at how we engage in the community and whatnot that way. I would be coming from a similar line of thinking in terms of what is the specific ask, and in feeling that what we have before us is quite, you know, significant. You know, I can appreciate the difference between a community library and I think what we currently have in terms of library assistance. Councillor Palechko, I believe, talked about restructuring. And my wonder there is if the community librarian has additional qualifications, could, you know, one of those positions be restructured from an assistant to a community librarian to take on some of those additional roles that maybe our assistants aren't qualified to fill. And, you know, I came in this evening thinking, well, maybe I could have, you know, amending, you know, motion to see, you know, maybe part of this could be supported, but not the full thing. But I actually had an opposite thought to what you shared was the greatest need, and just reminds me that I'm not the one that's in the best place to dictate how those staff hours are used. But as it's before us today in terms of a 1.65 FTE increase, you know, and, you know, at a 0.5% increase to our tax base for this year, unless something comes up from council to convince me otherwise, I think as this exists before us today, I'd have a hard time supporting, but would love to see it back before us, maybe with a modified ask, maybe a plan for some restructuring, using volunteers, looking at maybe increasing FTE or restructuring positions to hire people such as a community librarian that have those increased qualifications. So, and that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Meyer, I'll let you provide a comment, and I have a couple questions to ask.
Yeah, I'm just looking for maybe some direction from you. So listening to my fellow councillors this evening, one of the things I kind of hear generally is the size of the ask and maybe some of the justification for those. With that in mind, I was wondering if I can amend my motion and potentially, or if we could address each position separately. Might address some of those concerns by my fellow councillors to step bringing in, you know, these positions in a more gradual way. And I think maybe my chances of that happening would improve if we looked at those positions separately.
Possible, but probably the wrong conversation around this table. I guess I can weigh in now. You guys all had a chance to say a couple words. In terms of supporting the library, I think 100% I support the library. I think the library provides a lot of need and resources to our community, and as mentioned, it is free. It is accessible for every member of our residents and even the surrounding community. You do not have to pay a fee to be there. Library cards are free. There's access to computers, access to printers, et cetera, that people can access. There's also quiet rooms where people can do exams. I think the problem right now is that the motion stipulates 2 positions that may or may not be ideal for the library. I think council needs to get our head wrapped around is the dollar amount and not the position. Right? If we support the library, what does that increase look like? What positions is it for? Does not concern us. It's up to the library board, after they receive the funding, is to decide where that money is best earmarked for. Not for us to dictate which positions they are. They've come with some dollars and asked. They have 2 positions. If council is not willing to provide the full funding of $91,820, it might be only $50,000 or it might be $60,000. But then that's up to the library board and a representative, Councillor Meyer, to go back and say, this is how much money we have. What's the best use of it? Maybe it is some of the comments that we've heard today about consolidating some of the other FTEs, hiring the community library, getting more volunteers. I don't know that. I do not sit on the board. That's not my role. My role here on council is to say, we have a library. It provides services for a community. It's asking for an increase. Is that increase warranted? Yeah. Well, before we go on, Councillor Meyer, I need to know a couple questions here. Back in October 11th, we accepted minutes from the Stony Library for June 15th and August 17th. I highlighted the August 17th minutes because it was only one item on that meeting, and it had to deal with the budget. The finance chair made a motion to accept the budget as recommended. That was defeated. The second motion after that was made by Councillor Meyer yourself of an amended budget. That was approved. Since I do not sit on the library board, what was the initial request or the initial budget that was defeated?
Trying to remember correctly, but I believe the discussion centered around repayment of the town dollars. I'm just trying to remember. Because if that was, there was a special meeting called specifically to deal with the repayment of what that total number was. And I believe the budget included a lower number, and then the discussion went to what we could afford to give back to the town, if memory serves me correctly. And then that was adjusted, I think.
Okay. So in terms of what my experience, would it not have been beneficial at that time just to have amendment to just change that amount of what's given back to or paid back to the town instead of having a defeated motion and then another motion that was the same with a different number?
Sometimes those library meetings can be a little bit loose on the Roberts rules.
Okay. Maybe a question for administrative staff. In terms of the library payments, what is the outstanding amount that's owed to the town Stony Plain from the library?
Thank you, Your Worship. The additional amount provided in 2021 was $1.8 million. The total amount repaid so far is $300,000. So that would be 1.5 and some change, 1.527164.
Councilor Meyer, I do support the motion to increase library funding, but maybe not to the positions that are listed and highlighted in your motion. As I mentioned, I do not know what's best for our community. You as representative do, and if you think those are the two positions that is used best for the $91,000, then that's what it is. However, I heard from our community members and members of council is if we are going to increase funding for the library, then there has to be an increase in service, hours of operations, and services provided to the residents of the town of Stony Plain. From what I've heard so far is that increasing these two positions may have the service level increased slightly, but nothing in terms of operating hours. So I would recommend that council kind of review this motion without point 1 and point 2, and with just a dollar amount, if approved by council, and then you as the representative, next meeting said this is what is approved in our budget. And I think the overall consensus from council is we want more hours and more service. Okay. My question for administration is, with the $300,000 that's been received from the library board, where has that money been allocated to?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. That funding was just received within the last month and will be dealt with at the annual surplus in March when it's brought to council to make a motion as to where that funding resides.
So that would be added to the annual surplus because that was not budgeted for in terms of town Stony Plain.
That would be correct.
Okay. Is it possible that the increased funding for the library board come from the surplus or the $250,000 that was been given back by the library board?
Your Worship, that could be an option.
Okay. If that is an option, can that be added to the motion tonight?
Yes, I would recommend that the motion be to fund the $91,820 increase from the tax levy stabilization reserve.
Okay. Councilor Pleshko?
Yes, thank you. I'm struggling here for a minute, if I can have clarification. So the town give the library $1.8 million to be able to purchase extra stuff for the library. Of that, they're telling us that out of the graciousness of their heart, they give us back $300,000. That's a good thing to do because we didn't use your money, correct? At some point in time, when we don't have a time frame tied to this, the $1.8 million has been expected to come back to the town from the library for funding that they were unable to raise. Yet tonight we hear nothing about talk about where are we at in that process, because I believe that process, funding-wise, has failed twice now. And we're sitting in front of council tonight asking for some more money. I'm looking for prudence here, guys. Help me to understand how we deal with this prudently, and maybe administration can help me to understand that through possibly a motion. We need to get some clarity on the 1.8 million. The 300,000 really, in my opinion, is the town's money that we just got back. That's not out of the graciousness of your heart or anything, it's our money. We lent it to you, so you should be, it wasn't used, you should be giving us that back. There's still 1.5 million outstanding. There's still a portion of that should be coming back through some fundraising and stuff like that. And we understand as council, I was part of that could take time, and we were gracious enough to give you time forever and ever to pay it, really, at the end of the day. But when I sit on other boards and we have that graciousness given back to us, there's a business plan at the organization with some kind of structure to it that says we're going to give back. And yet today, And I fully support this library. I think that, you know, having longer hours and stuff like that is really good. But I struggle with $90-some thousand. It's like me walking into the bank and the bank saying, me saying to the bank, I want to expand my business. I'm not telling you what it's for, but give me $100,000 to do it. And the bank looks at you and goes, where's your business plan? And that's what I'm missing tonight. You know, and I understand where our mayor is coming from. We should be looking at this as additional funding to the library, but really we need a good presentation from the library on the business aspect of what was pre-done when the individual that was looking after the library was, then when Mark took over, to the new person. And we don't see that. We just see an ask for funding. And I'm struggling with that tonight because you reference the payback as good diligence on the behalf of the library, but if you haven't used the money, it is good diligence that you should just pay back the town that money. So it's not any extraordinary. So I appreciate all that you're trying to do tonight, and I could support some type of funding. And as the mayor said, we can't really tell you where to put it, but I think you've heard loud and clear tonight from all of the council that this needs a bit more structure to it.
Councilor Meyer?
You know, I'm a little lost here. So I'm taking in, obviously, all that I'm hearing. I'm just curious as to where we stand in terms of if we're removing items 1 and 2 and putting a dollar figure to that. I can sit here and tell you between the two positions, which one the library would prefer to see, which one would give us the most ability to offer more services and potentially improve our hours of service. And that's the IT position. That's going to free up and utilize other staff members better. So in terms of what dollars for bang for buck kind of thing, that's why I say I'm a little lost. I hear some.
Okay. With that, I'll provide my amending motion. Deputy Mayor, you have the chair. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend the current motion that's on the table. Is that be amended that the town council just increase $50,000 funding to the Stony Plain Library.
Thank you. Did you want to go ahead and speak to that?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I make this amendment because we have a good relationship with our community groups, user groups, and the library is one of them. In terms of what the request is from the initial funding from last year is a huge increase. As mentioned earlier, with our community groups, we usually work on a 3 to 5% increase year over year just to cover the expenses, things that go up. That's just part of business. I think $50,000 is roughly a 10% increase. That will allow the library to figure out what they can do with it and how they can maximize the $50,000 to provide those services to the town of Stony Plain and the residents around the community. I think Councillor Meyer has heard the concerns from members of council of what we're kind of looking for in terms of service to our community. This is like a stepping block or a stepping stone, as many members of council have said. Maybe it's not to have the 1.65 increase in FTE this year, the 3 in 2024, and 2 in 20. It is $50,000 this year. Maybe next year when they come back, it's maybe another $50,000 based on another business plan, but through a presentation to council of how the dollars that we're going to provide for the library are going to enhance the services for our residents.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have a amending motion on the floor that town council increase library funding increase $50,000 funding to the Stony Plain Public Library. And so we'll open that up to deliberation and discussion from council. Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, through to Mayor Choi. We just heard from Councillor Myers that the most important part of this funding be the IT coordinator. So help me to understand, if that is the most important and he feels it would give us some longer hours and stuff like that, why that would not be a good starting point, and you chose the 50,000. Help me to understand that a little bit.
Okay. I know that as mentioned by Councillor Meyer, the IT would be most beneficial, but in terms of service for our community, I don't think just having that IT coordinator increase to a full-time will increase the number of hours of operations for the library. And I think that was one of the biggest concerns that I heard, was that we needed increased library hours service. So either open a few hours on a Sunday or Monday, or extending the hours on either end. I don't know if that's doable, but that's not for me to decide. My comment is that I think $50,000 is appropriate in terms of stepping up the game of the library, as mentioned by Councillor Meyer. I look forward to the next presentation by the library board saying, this is what we did with your $50,000. Thank you very much, so that we can see it. Then after that, for the next corporate plan in 2024, then we have a more wholesome conversation of seeing how that $50,000 has affected the service levels within the community, the morale at the library, and was it a full-time IT coordinator, or maybe it was not.
If I could respond to that, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll go back to what the two were talking about. What Councillor Myers brought forward was two positions. And, I think what I've heard clearly is that the IT coordinator is. So just giving you extra money to be giving extra money, I think is wrong from the town aspect of it. If you were able to tell me more, and I know you hinted at being able to make adjustments, but I think your clear definition tonight in the presentation that you give was one of two things, is what the library was looking for. So for me tonight, even at that $50,000, if it had been 34, I probably could support that in a very unique way, because it's getting to what we need to do. It's covering off that position, and it gives you the opportunity to be able to come back to council and say to us at that point in time that here's how we can go. Maybe one of these library assistants is trainable to be the full-time librarian. And I think that's kind of the stuff that I was looking for tonight. So still at this point in time, even though I completely support the library, if we were able to get that down to the 34 that you were talking about, I would be able to support that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Pletchko. Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess at different times we all get to be the hard-nosed person on council. I'm not going to make excuses about how much I love libraries or anything, but on the website, the chairman made comment that he had seen this on the website, and sure enough, one of my elbow neighbors here, both of them actually pulled up the website, and sitting right there in front of us on their website for the Stony Plain Public Library is Stony Plain Library is not accepting any volunteers at this time, and I give my head a shake. There are people in this community, and for sure in the Tri-region, who would love to volunteer and give some of their IT skills and time to help the library. Why doesn't that get changed to the library is looking for a volunteer to help us with some of our IT issues or instruction or help at the library, and see what comes of that? If this was equipment, something that was necessary to make the library function, I'd look at it differently. I think the town has been really, really generous in coming up with everything it took to put that library in place. And I'm just not following this whole line of thought that now we need to come up with extra money. I think this needs to come off the table. It won't probably, so I'll be forced to probably hold steadfast unless somebody on council convinces me the wisdom of 35,000 or any other number of taxpayer money being spent when the ask is not clearly substantiated. Sorry. That's my thought.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll start with one comment, and we've heard it a couple of times now in regards to the volunteers. We don't know why the library is not accepting volunteers. We just know that they are not accepting volunteers. Maybe they're not accepting volunteers because with the staffing levels they have, they don't have the support and ability to manage volunteers at this point in time. So whether we want them to have more volunteers there or not, if they don't have the capacity to manage them, telling them to get more volunteers doesn't solve a problem. So that's the devil's advocate on that, because we don't know why they are not accepting volunteers. That wasn't a part of the presentation from the director. It's not included in the information we have in front of us. It is something that's just stated on their website. I can appreciate where both the amending motion is coming from, as well as Councillor Palechko's comments in regards to the IT coordinator and Councillor Meyer's comments about that being the desired position. My challenge is that I think there's been a lot of feedback provided here tonight about what the town would like to see and a willingness to support that library. If we moved forward with just item 1, I think it indicates to the library to move forward and take your IT coordinator to a 1.0 FTE and do nothing more. So I'm more inclined to actually support the amending motion right now, the increase of $50,000, with the direction that has been provided tonight to the representative on the library board to bring back the desires of council to the library as to what this council would like to see done with those $50,000 extra dollars, and the expectation that when the library comes to present to council again in 2023, we will see the result of that increase. And should we not be satisfied with the result of that increase, it is at the will of this council come next budget to make an adjustment to the funding that the library receives. The library could take that $50,000, they could increase the IT coordinator from 0.35 to 0.6. They could hire a 0.5 or they could hire a 0.5 community librarian rather than a 1.0. They could take some of the current positions that they have, increase them, juggle them around. I think what we've said tonight is what was presented to us we don't believe provides what we are looking for, but we are willing to support an increase in funding for the library to work towards providing what we are looking for. Ultimately, the $50,000 ask is a 0.27% difference in our corporate plan. It's not 1%, it's not 2%, it's not 3%, it's a 0.27% difference. And I have that ask from residents to see increased service at that library. Holding the budget at $504,000 is not going to achieve that. So I'm inclined to support this the way the amendment is there this evening. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Go ahead, Councillor Loyens.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to say it again, and as my fellow colleague, Councillor Palechko mentioned, it was good business to pay back $300,000. But again, you're asking for the amended motion of $50,000. What's to say that when you guys redo your budget and pay back only $50,000? So we're still playing I'm paying you back only what I'm asking you to give me. And so as much as I love the library, support the library, I spend a lot of time there with my kids as well, I'm sitting here thinking, we're asking for an increase in budget. Nowhere does it say that our services are going to increase. We say that's what we want. We've asked you, Councillor Meyer, as the representative, to go back and say this is what the ask is. But nowhere do we have a hard line that says that is actually what is going to happen. So I'm sitting here struggling giving any money, whether it be 50,000, 91,000, or anything, when good business was to pay back the money. We still have 1.5 million and change, but no increase in services is ever guaranteed. Like the mayor had mentioned, we can't say where to spend the $50,000. We can ask, just like the library can ask, but it's not a promise, it's not a guarantee that it's going to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Loyens. Any other discussion, deliberation?
I think, just to add to this discussion about volunteers, I can't be 100% sure, but I wouldn't read that we don't have any volunteers, just that we're not accepting more volunteers. So I think that's an important distinction when we're talking about that. That's all I wanted to add there.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. I'm going to take a sec, just weigh in here quickly. That, I think the ask from the community has been pretty clearly stated, and I think as a member of council, we've all heard something similar in terms of an increased service level, and specifically an increased service level in terms of operating hours. And, when I hear, the library, would prefer out of these two positions, the IT coordinator, I guess I don't see that there is, a guarantee there that we do see increased operating hours, increased service level, increased, tech support within the hours that the library is open. And so, I kind of see both sides that, we don't want to dictate positions, we don't want to dictate spending, but what we do want is to ensure the dollars that are allocated to the library are spent responsibly and are spent in a way that benefits our community. And, even at a 0.27% increase, for some in a high inflation world, in a world where budgets are already being stretched thin, that may be a significant amount for members of our community, and I know that it is. And so, as we sit here today, I think that would be my thought is we want to ensure that the dollars that are going to be spent in a way that benefits the community, and I'm not sure that I see that based on the ask and the conversation here tonight. Asking the library to come back in with the feedback that's been offered on council, I think, is the fiscally responsible thing for us to do to ensure that our residents are getting full value for the dollar, for their tax dollars that we're being entrusted with. And so I'll end my thoughts there before I come back to you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any other discussion, deliberation, or comments? Mr. Mayor, did you want to close?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the commentary and the conversation around the table. I do ask members of council to support the amendment to increase the library funding by $50,000. A couple more reasons why is that when the library moved over into the newer building, in terms of almost doubling their square footage, they did not come for an increase in funding. Right? They did what they had to do to move over, figure it out. And I think they've been in there now saying, this is what we kind of need. They came with a recommendation of 1.65 FTE in terms of what they think is required. Personally, I do not believe that those are the FTEs that are required to make the town of Stony Plain and the public library better. But I'm not sitting at that table to make that direction. We have a council representative that has heard the debate around the table that we want to see increase hours, increase services for residents. We're willing to increase $50,000 to the budget for us to see that. If we do not increase the budget, then there is absolutely guaranteed zero chance of increase in service levels, extra time, and provided by the library. And as mentioned earlier, that we have the ability to look next year when the presentation comes of how that $50,000 affected the library. You know, did we hear something different from our residents? Did we hear, you know what, they're open an extra hour now, each and every night, which allows my kids or service levels to be there so that we can be there for an extra hour, or open an extra hour. As if council is inclined to do that, we can add that to the motion, says it has to be for more hours. But I'm not at the board table. I can definitely tell our representative that's what I'm hoping to see, and I think what members of council are hoping to see. It's not about hiring an IT staff. It's not about hiring a community library. It's about, here's $50,000. We want you to increase service levels, increase hours. You guys figure it out with the extra $50,000. It's not for me and for council to point out. Like, if we believe that the library is good, provides good service for residents, and we want to see it enhanced, this is how we do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the discussion and deliberation on the amended motion that's here before us. So just to clarify before we call the question, the amended motion that's on the floor at the moment is that Town Council increase $50,000 in funding to the Stony Plain Public Library. And with that, we'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? And that motion is defeated. And I'll pass the chair back to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So we're back to the original motion. Okay, any more debate on the original motion of Councilor Myers?
Scratch number 2 and amend it to just the one position.
Yep, you can.
And that's what I would like to do.
Your Worship, while that number is being corrected, I think I'll just point out a quick procedural bylaw comment here. So technically, the member who makes the motion, the member who makes the motion can't amend their own motion. So I know everybody understands the intent of what's happening, but it would most likely be a withdrawal of the motion by Councillor Meyer and then a new motion submitted as written.
Okay, so with that, Councilor Meyer can withdraw his and then just re-enter another motion that's similar but just has the point 1. Is that good?
Yep, that's, you can say we did that.
Okay, it's noted in the minutes that Councilor Meyer withdrew his motion and made a second motion that was accepted. Okay,
Thank you.
so that the motion is at the floor. Now we'll open the floor for debate. Councilor Petchko.
We're right back to square one, I think. I'm just going to say what I have to say, whether it's right or wrong, but I think really what we should be asking for, we should have a motion put forward on the floor that basically asks for $34,000 to improve the services at the Stony Plain Public Library. That would suffice what I've heard go around this table. We're beating to death, whether it's a FTE, whether it's a IT coordinator, or it's just 50 grand. So I think if we put forward a motion that would basically suffice to say that we're looking to improve the services at the Stony Plain Public Library, and this town council will vote on what that number is. Would that not make more sense than going back to where we are? I just feel we're right back to the same debate that we've been having for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, I would accept that as a friendly.
Would you accept that as friendly? Okay, let's make it in early, either 34.5 or 35,000. Let's not get the-
$35,000,
like,
yeah.
Let's make it 35,000
To
because,
improve the services at the Stony Plain Public Library.
Councilor Meyer, would you take that amendment? Is it friendly?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I speak a bit to that?
Okay. Councilor Pacheco?
So the reason I say this is pretty simple. I've heard tonight from all of my counselors that we do have a need for more services at our public library. And I will speak firsthand. When my grandkids go there, they would like other hours that they could go to. So we choose a Thursday because it's the most convenient. So I think there's an opportunity here. I think it's given Councilor Meyer the opportunity to go back to his board and be clear with what we have for expectations. But it also gives us the opportunity so that when they come and sit in front of us in a year's time, if they haven't done that, we can choose to either up or decrease their amount of funding at that point in time. This is the opportunity. They haven't asked for anything since the new library is there, so I think it's a great opportunity for us to be able to move forward with some improved services there. Let them decide how it's done, and it shows that we support the library in some aspect of what we're trying to improve within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
If I could just add, I think a lot of you or my fellow councillors can rest assured that the library and the board will be, watching this, and quite the message I'm sure is already sinking in. In terms of, I'd just like to say, I hope council can support this, and I appreciate everybody working together to find a good compromise.
Any more debate on the motion of, to increase library funding by $35,000? Councilor Anderson? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we just really quickly, I know it's going to be a smaller change, but just pull up our chart here with our tax increase with the amended motion there.
So it's a 0.19%.
Your Worship. Sorry, Worship. The impact of the $35,000 increase is 0.19%, overall 5.49%.
Okay, thank you. And, based on the discussion, based on kind of the thoughts that have been shared, to be able to increase services is kind of the big nugget or the big takeaway for me. So seeing that that is in this amended motion or the new motion, would be inclined to support what's before us here. Thank you.
Councilor Pacheco?
Go back to that screen for just a second, please. I just want to point out to our new councillors on council, through debate, and I'm sure you know that after last budget, this can change still. So I know you were looking at the 0.19 or 0.19%. We could see reductions in there. We could see increases as well. So, but this gives us a clear definition as where we are in each one of the topics that we're speaking to. So I just wanted to point that out. So.
My running tally, and that's why I was looking for the number. So thank you for that.
Anything else? Council? I don't know. I find this kind of interesting because the previous amending motion of $50,000 was just going to do the same thing. I think it gave the library board a little more wiggle room and movement to actually show us that they can provide the extra services that the town of Stony Plain Council is looking for. $35,000, again, not talking about different personnel, is equivalent to what they're looking for in 0.65 increased FTE. So I'm not too convinced that just adding $35,000 would actually increase the service levels or the operating hours that personally I'm looking for. But I will support the motion just so that we can have an increase, and then looking forward to the next presentation from the library board to see where that $35 has been earmarked to and how that has changed the level of service for our library. Councilor Meyer, anything else?
No, I would just ask council to support the motion? Sorry, go ahead. Did I jump in?
No, I missed Councillor Loynes because the hands are not high enough. So Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to point out, in your 50,000, it didn't say anything about increasing service, and I pointed that out. Whereas in our new friendly amended motion, it does say $35,000 for increased service.
Pull the motion up, please. Yeah. That's what it is? Right. So, and this is the thing that we could have, if that was what the council was looking for, that could have been easily added to the previous motion.
Yes, it could have, but it would have been an additional friendly amended motion. So, in this sense, for myself, because we're saying we will give you $35,000 for increased service, where we're not just saying, here's some money, spend it wisely. That's all.
Good.
I can't change it now.
All right, I'll call the question because we need a break. All in favor? That's carried.
That's a victory.
Okay, let's take a recess and we'll be back in a few minutes, guys. The leadership team and also members of the public that are joining us in person and those that are watching through our YouTube feed. Coming back to our corporate plan, we've had a couple of motions that have altered the proposed corporate plan for administration, and we're looking forward to see if there's any more motions from members of councils to direct and change the corporate plan to make it 100% ours. Council, the floor is open. Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Refer to page 60 in our package where it speaks to the corporate plan increases in related to employee compensation. We see 1.5% for COLA for the union. We see 0.75 for non-union, which this evening was raised to 1.5 to match the union. We see our merit increases, and then we see 8.4% COLA for council. So at this time, I'd like to move to align the council COLA increase to match the non-union employee COLA increase for the 2023 year.
Okay, so you'd like to decrease it by whatever to make it 1.5?
Yes. And then I'll speak to that.
Okay.
And then I'll ask as well, if possible, if we can see the running total to see the actual financial impact of that. Perfect. Thank you. Able to speak?
Go ahead.
So thank you very much. As we look at our council compensation and expense policy, it does show that COLA is not included because it is pending budget approval. The way that the compensation policy essentially ends up reading is that council is to receive COLA, and then it is to be discussed at the corporate plan. It's to be included in the corporate plan. We see that here this evening at 8.4%. Looking across the board, I would say I don't know that anybody would ever expect to see an 8.4% COLA increase. It is a bit of an anomaly that occurred in the market based on factors, multiple factors that have existed, and it is already significantly decreasing from where it is at. I think it would be incredibly irresponsible and unfair of council to accept an 8.4% COLA increase, though I think it is reasonable for council to accept a regular COLA increase in line with that in which we are providing to our employees through both the union contract and through our motion here tonight as included in the corporate plan. That's all I have to say on that right now, Your Worship. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, questions and comments and debate on the motion? Councillor Hansard?
Could we have a brief explanation, please, Mr. Mayor, as to how we arrived at the, I'm not even sure it fits with this motion. I don't know why Councillor Lowry brought up the council piece, but I'd like to know where that number came from. So if it's not appropriate here, where could I ask it?
So, Councillor Hansard, on page 60?
60. Yes, I read this.
And then also page 71.
Well, it says as per compensation policy.
Right, and then page 71.
Okay.
Which shows the economy and what the consumer price, the CPI is for the Edmonton area.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Questions, comments, debate? Where are we? Okay.
What are we voting on here tonight? Just this piece for this non-union employees?
No, this is council.
This is council.
Oh, okay.
Right, so this is reducing council's COLA to 1.5.
So he's taking this.
That's what his recommendation is, Councillor Lowry's recommendation.
Yes, Councilor Hansard.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I see no hands up, so I'll provide some of my comments. I think matching the COLA with union and non-union employees would be appropriate if council also received a salary remuneration review, which our staff did. Council did not. Okay? So council's policy, which was adopted almost 4 years ago. So the salary that the current council is receiving was adopted 4 years ago. It was based on numbers that were available at that time, and that was supposed to be addressed to COLA. Right. I asked the question earlier during presentations that the merit increases and step increases for non-union, for union was $42,000, and for non-union was $220,000. Right. For a total of $262,000 already, an increase for step and merit. That, including the COLA, is I don't know what percent that is, but it's more than the 1.5, because they already received a step and merit increases. Council did not. The reason why that there's a policy there is so that when the remuneration committee goes for review of council's remuneration, they can look at it and see if that's in line or not. I would tend to not support this motion because I would support the policy at hand. I think Councillor Hanson mentioned earlier about another policy, about the vacant lands. I said if we want to tackle that, it's not here today. It's a policy. The policy states this. Right? The policy states that COLA is included. And I'm inclined to accept that policy because council approved that 4 years ago. The review is going to happen next year, and then that might change the merit and step increases for council, the base salary. And at that time, if COLA is an issue, that can be addressed at that time. So I cannot support it, knowing that there was already step and merit increases for staff because that there was a salary review, and there was not done anything for council yet until I think next year. That provides that 8.5 would be appropriate based on the council compensation review. Councilor Betchko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Question for administration. What increase comparative to our union and non-union salary-wise will council receive?
So, Your Worship, I'll make some comments there and I'll see if I'm going along the right line. So if you were to review the elected official compensation policy, and I'm looking at it in front of me here, the rates are set. There's a commentary in here that says October 21 to October 25, 0% raise. COLA not included pending budget approval. So what that would be interpreted as, I guess, or how I would interpret that, is simply that the rate set in October 21 is it's set till 2025, subject to any COLA increases that may come in those ensuing years, and again, pending budget approval. I'll stop there and just see if that's...
Yeah, can I continue just for a bit? I thank you for that, because that's how I understood that as well. And I see that, it appears that a COLA for a council is substantially more than anybody else here at 8.4%. But when we look at reality, if you go back to the numbers, it's $23,000, which is a small number comparative to what we see for our union and non-union rates increased. Stony Plain Council has had the lowest amount of pay almost in the region. And I think I sent you today some of our competitors out within the region. And I'll speak to what I spoke a bit ago again. Stony Plain is unique. So we already set ourselves at a less than everybody else. But we continue to be substantially less than everybody else, doing exactly the same thing as everybody else does. And that includes our administration, that includes our town staff, that includes most of what happens in our community, which is a benefit to our community when it comes to the tax side of things. So I can't continue to support not getting a bit of an increase in our town council pay that brings us somewhat closer to what's out there. We do exactly the same job, and every time for the past 5 years, it's probably the same individual that reduces this and brings it up every time. That individual has also sat on the compensation committee and had a chance to look and review that. I'm hoping that as we move through this, I struggle with 1.5%, and I think, maybe the 8.5 isn't quite the right number either, but it does move us in the proper direction when I look at what happens in the neighborhood. And if you look back at 2019, if I remember right, I think Spruce Grove Council took a little bit of a hit when they brought themselves more in line with what the rest of the province is doing by giving themselves a raise. And they substantially gave themselves a raise to do that. I don't think we're giving ourselves anything that's substantial here today other than a cost of what it takes us to do our jobs. Cost of fuel has gone up. The cost of going to functions has gone up. There's a lot of things that we do that we have to do, that most of our salaries go back into our community. It's not something that we just take home and put in the bank account. We spend a lot of our time going to functions, providing it back to our community, and the taxpayers are getting a benefit of that, and the local organizations are getting benefits of that. So for me, when I look at this, I think it's really important when we look at this that we look at it from an open aspect, that we need to at some point in time address this so that it also attracts, and I think Councillor Maddie said it the best in the last time that she was here. She made reference to, if we want to have quality people on council, there has to be quality pay for those individuals to be here, because it takes a lot of our time. We are fortunate, some of us, that don't really need to have the pay, but it's a nice to have. So there is people that are very qualified out there today that can't take 30 hours of work from their workforce and be here as well. So they would either have to take this as a job and subsidize that, which some of the councillors do on this board today, to be able to be in this position. Not everybody can do that. So I think we have to think forward thinking when we're thinking about what this is. And forward thinking is to attract quality people, you have to have reasonable pay for it. And we have quality people within our community that come to work for us. And yes, we lose a number of them because many municipalities can pay substantially more than what we pay. So we're continually training people to move them forward. So I would really encourage council today to seriously not support this motion and to look at a motion that would move this community forward as councillors.
Thank you, Councilor Palechico. Any other? Councilor Meyer?
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship. And just similar to Councillor Palechico's comments, this is an issue that has come up before, which I've usually supported a reduction in increases to council. But I do want to hearken back to this is a recommendation to tie our increases to the CPI as a way of lifting it from our hands, as it is very hard to vote on your own salary. We all tend to do and appear to be honest to our citizens, and so that often leaves us in the position of voting against our own best interest. And like I say, we have a policy that lifts that from our responsibility, making it a fair process, and I support that.
Thank you, Councilor Meyer. Any other comments? Councilor Hanson?
Are you calling on
Yes,
me, Mr.
Councilor
Mayor?
Hanson, yes.
This counselor is also sat on Council Remuneration Committee. And I want to just emphasize, this isn't a pay increase. This is tied to cost of living. And those are two very distinct things. The policy that council has in place here is that council doesn't give itself pay increases. We can speak to the cost of living. Whatever administration comes to us with a recommendation, we didn't dream the numbers up. They came to us and they're based on something. And even though this seems large, this is not out of reason when you consider every time you turn the key in your car to drive it somewhere to a meeting, we don't usually get mileage for anything in the region. You are spending more money to do your job as a counselor. This is tied to cost of living only. So I don't want our public or anybody watching this after the fact to think council is sitting here giving themselves a pay increase. It's not about a pay increase. It's cost of living, and it's based on outside forces. That's all. So let's be real clear about that. And I am not going to support a motion that would reduce this. I don't care if somebody thinks it makes us look good, because it doesn't. It makes us look foolish.
Deputy Mayor, Councilor Armstrong, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this one. You know, coming in this evening, I had some thoughts about what I thought or maybe intended to do here. But I'm learning a lot through this process. And I think this has been alluded to by council already, but you know, a little bit earlier, there was a question about a land tax section of the corporate plan, and the conversation around that was it is policy, and it's policy that's been passed by council, and it's policy that was passed with, you know, the best of intentions by council at that time. You know, this one, this motion that's before us is also governed by a policy that was passed by council as well. And, you know, being a bit of a stickler, if you will, for process, would struggle to see how we would defer a previous conversation due to a policy that's in place and not do the same here. And so for that reason, would not be inclined to support this motion this evening.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions, comments? Okay, before I turn it over to the mover to make closing remarks, and I just wanted to say, you know, I do support the policy, and I support the way it's been written up, and that was adopted by council. To put it in perspective, when you add the 1.5 COLA increases for non-union, union, and merit and step increases for our staff, that totals $470,000 and $500. That is a 2.54% tax increase. With COLA for council at $28,000, it's a 0.15% increase. I think, so when you look at it in the whole scope of things and the way it balances out because of the compensation review for staff and moving forward, there might be a compensation review in the future for council that brings it down or increases it. But that is for the next remuneration committee to look at. Today, the policy says CPI, and I will stick with that as well. Thank you. Councilor, go ahead.
Yep. Thank you very much, Your Worship. So you're right, yeah, Councillor Pletchko, I sat on compensation committees. I actually sat on them twice. I chaired them once. And on both committees, we made recommendations for significant increases to the compensation of the council of the town of Stony Plain of the day, one of which actually wasn't even accepted by council because of the reviews that were done. So you are correct in that. Before I get into additional comment, I'd like to ask administration, so based on our merit step increases, et cetera, can you advise approximately what is the average percent of an employee's salary that is increased by a single step increase?
Well, maybe, I believe our manager of finance can probably give an accurate number. I think the number we would probably be able to provide is the difference, the step increase percentage difference. I think that's reasonably standard across the salary grid, so.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie and all of council. For out-of-scope employees, the increases between steps is 3.5%. For in-scope employees, it is 3%. And as mentioned yesterday, the out-of-scope progresses every year, whereas the in-scope or union only progress once every 2 years. They progress after their first year, after their third year, after their fifth year, and then that's it. While as the out-of-scope have 8 years to progress through that.
Let's go for 8%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate that. And one more question through to administration. In the council compensation and expense policy, in reading it, it states COLA not included pending budget approval. Is there anywhere else in the council compensation and expenses policy where it states COLA is to be included?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of council. In section 4.1 honorariums of the council compensation policy, it states that council honorariums will be adjusted each year to reflect the consumer price index change year over year in the month of June of the previous year for the province of Alberta, subject to corporate plan approval. That is where the 8.4 came from. That's why it's slightly different from the CPI in the very back of this document that was referenced. So this is specifically June over June, which was calculated at 8.4%.
Excellent, thank you very much. So I heard several times from councillors here this evening that COLA is included in our policy. COLA is not included in our policy as a guarantee. This is not a deviation or a change of policy. This is subject to corporate plan approval. And again, down in the schedules, it states COLA not included pending budget approval. This also was reviewed and adopted by council on January 11th of 2021, not 4 years ago. The original review and revision prior to that was 2018. So this policy is relatively current. And as I mentioned when I put the motion forward, my motion to reduce to the 1.5% is reflective that by all reports of CPI and COLA, the percentage that we see is an anomaly. If you check into COLA and CPI today, you will see that that rate has already gone down significantly from 8.4% to, I believe we are sitting at around 6.5%, and economists predict that it will continue to decline significantly. So the snapshot in time that we have looked at is quite inflated. I'm not saying that council does not deserve a COLA increase. I am not saying that council should hold our salaries flat and deny ourselves a COLA increase. I am saying that council should use appropriate judgment as to what the appropriate COLA increase is. I heard arguments in regards to the review policy for staff. Well, we're hearing a step increase for staff is 3.5%. So even 3.5 plus 1.5 is still 5%. Still significantly lower than 8.4%. And if any member of council feels so encouraged to make an amending motion to change that from 1.5% to a different number, I'd be interested to hear that. However, my motion was a recognition that the 8.4% COLA is something that council has to approve in the budget. Therefore, it is open to discussion. It is not a deviation from policy. And that the 8.4% COLA is an anomaly, and I feel that it would not be appropriate for council to accept a COLA at that percentage.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, I see your hand up, but I just let him summarize, and I just want to call the question, unless there's something drastic to add to the conversation. Yeah, no? Okay. Then I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. Thank you. Members of council, we will continue along. Were questions, comments, debate, and motions to adjust the budget. Deputy Mayor, you have the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you can go ahead with your motion there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I make a motion that we add $100,000 to the town snow removal budget. Thank you. I'll repeat it. It was to add $100,000 to the snow removal budget.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll just give administration a moment to get that up on the screen there for us.
Addition of the $100,000 to the snow removal budget adds 0.54% to bring the tax increase to 6.03%.
Thank you for that. We'll just wait for the wording of that motion there. Mr. Mayor, does that reflect your motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead there with your remarks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make this motion based on the comments that I asked and members of council asked during the presentation. We asked that notice that there was a decreasing amount in the snow removal reserve. And the reason was because we take it out to clear snow. I said, well, why is that? Because typically, council or this administration budgets for one snow removal each year. That is January to December. Typically, we usually have two, and hopefully, if we're lucky, we only have one, so that we're within budget. The funding for the additional snow removal for residential clearing comes from magic, money trees, I don't know. But in terms of our community going forward, I believe it's prudent for us to actually budget properly for snow removal in our community. If we're going to do 2 snow removals, we need to budget for 2 snow removals. Not budget for 1, do 2, and pray and hope that we have a surplus to cover that. That is not good governance. That is not good fiscal planning for a community. And we also heard that the snow removal reserve is dollars that are left over from the snow removal budget that are not spent that year, then it's added to the reserve. Well, 2022 has been a very difficult year already. I don't think we've forgotten already that beginning of this year, we had ice, we had lots of snow. We've already cleared the town twice. We've already done 2 residential clearings for 2022 already. There's still another 7 weeks before 22 is over. and we see the amount of snow that we have today, it could trigger another snow clearing this year yet. That means if that happens, that means 3 residential snow clearings, but we've only budgeted for 1. I think we are doing a disservice for our residents of only budgeting for 1, planning for 2, and praying for a surplus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a motion on the floor to add $100,000 to the snow removal budget for 2023. I'm going to open things up for discussion and deliberation with council. Councillor Loyens, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As I sit here today, I agree with Mayor Choi that sitting on a hope and a prayer isn't beneficial to anybody. And yes, as much as we'd like to forget about all the ice and snow in January and February and it taking 2, 3, 4 weeks to finally get through, it is a disservice to our residents. And I am in full support of adding $100,000 to snow removal.
Thank you, Councillor Loyens, for your comments. Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Looking at this, I do agree with Mayor Choi's assertion that looking into the future, the 2024 and the 2025, they're projecting a negative balance into the reserve, which speaks to a service level change and a budgetary change, and it would not be prudent to continue forward with that. However, I wouldn't be supportive of adding that $100,000 into the snow removal budget for 2023 here today. Looking at the reserves that exist in the snow removal side of things, as well as the tax levy stabilization, should there be a requirement for 2023, we do have the dollars in those reserves to cover that requirement. And I think this would be a better topic to be discussed at our strategic planning session in January as we set forth the foundation in the beginning for the work for Corporate Plan 2024. If the reserve for the snow clearing, the snow removal is in place, that any surpluses are placed into that reserve, then if we need the extra $100,000 this year, we have that extra $100,000 in there this year as previous surplus that can be used for 2023. If for some reason we did happen to exceed that surplus in 2023, we still have a projecting end balance of our tax levy stabilization at $1.584 million. So we would have some dollars in there in which we could absorb any potential overage of that additional $100,000 in 2023. So rather than adding it into the budget here today and increasing this year's budget when we have surplus dollars from previous years that can be utilized, I think it would be prudent to leave it out and bring this to the strategic planning session as a discussion around service levels that could concentrate on more than just snow removal, but all the services that we provide to town residents.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Palechko, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So my thoughts were along the lines of Councillor Laurie, and I'm glad you made reference to a number of things in there. So I'm just wondering if the right place for this is at strat planning, not so much at this point in time. And then I also direct a question to administration. Is there always a need for snow removal? And when I say that, is there are opportunities to grade areas that don't necessarily need to have snow removed every time? And the reason I ask that is because a number of our residents from time to time always get in an uproar about not being able to move until we get the snowpack that we need to be able to move snow. Would there be a possibility of moving that snow on our streets, curbside maybe, where they might have to walk over a curb to get in during the seasons and still limit ourselves to one major snow removal a year?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Palechko. So I can maybe provide some comments and a bit of context here. So, excuse me. the snow removal budget, so to speak, or maybe I'll step back there. So we do, council is aware, you'll see our staff out, in the downtown and moving some snow off of sidewalks and, so on and so forth. Cleared the parking lots with payloaders as they were this morning, that sort of thing. Without having all of the numbers in front of me, I would say there, a fair amount of that work is just accounted for as a part of our operations. So when we talk about the snow removal budget specifically, when we kind of use those words, what we're really talking about is the cost for removals. Like when you see the trucks running and we're hauling it and we're going up to the North Business Park and so on and so forth. And again, I don't have all of those specific numbers in front of me, so I can't speak to those directly, but there's a bit of context for you as to what we are talking about when we are talking about the costs. And I believe, what the intent of the motion here is the snow removal budget. Those budgets tend to be a lot of contract hauling or equipment we may need to move snow around out at the snow dump site and so on and so forth. So again, there's a soft cost, there's our employee cost. Those tend to be just built into salaried budgets sort of thing, or wage budgets or whatever you want to call it. So when we generally talk about the cost associated with snow removal in this particular context, we are speaking just about the hard cost for rentals and that sort of thing. Now just maybe directly to the question. So, and I don't have this one in front of me either, but council, I think I recall, it might have been a few years ago now that there was a review of the snow removal policy. And so that's the one that basically says, at such and such depth of snow or what have you, we will basically trigger snow removal, full town snow removal, and go out into all of the neighborhoods over the course of however long it takes us. So that's I believe, the intent of the motion or the money that we're talking about is set aside or dedicated to fund that particular service. So, and that's a defined service level and so on. And so in a policy, I believe approved by council, if I recall, as far as I'm aware. So long way to get to the question, but so a question about service change. I would probably say there's a bit of a difference between what would be, some smaller service upgrades that staff can do from time to time, if they're available or if they're not doing full removals or so on. And staff are, I would say they're fairly innovative in that they will try different things in different ways to improve services in a general sense. A question about, could we do that wide scale on a number of roads or a number of neighborhoods or so on and so forth? I would just say that's a pretty big conversation. Time, effort, analysis, so on and so forth would be required. So I don't know that I could speak a whole lot to that right now, other than to say, that would probably be a part of just a more in-depth service review perspective, I guess. And I'll just stop there, Your Worship, and see if that maybe provides some context to the question, answers the question, or not. So.
Thank you, Town Manager, for your thoughts there. You have a follow-up?
Yes,
Go ahead.
a follow-up question, and thank you very much for your comments. Just one further question, the $100,000 that we budget for that. So the main thorough roads that go through town, the primary highways, of that, when we're clearing them, what portion of that is paid by the provincial government? And where does that show up in our budget?
Yeah, I think through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Palechko, I don't believe that we do a hard invoicing for some of the work that we will do on 779 and or 628. I think we generally govern that through on 628. Specifically, I'm pretty sure on 628, there's a bit of a trade-off. I think, they'll, lack of a better way of putting it, AT with some of their plow trucks will clear some of our technically city roads. I believe on the far side of 628, if you recall, there's a oddity where a portion of 628 is technically under the town's ownership and authority, and other parts aren't. So, long story short, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I don't believe that we do any direct invoicing on an ongoing basis for some of the snow removal that happens through the provincial highways.
And thank you again to the town manager for his commentary there. Any other comments for discussion from council? Go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Sorry, just for clarity on the CAO's answer. So, like the Fifth Meridian, sorry, through you to administration, the Fifth Meridian is cleared by whom, I guess is the question?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Meyer. My understanding is that AT plows the highways as kind of a first response, and then there's some additional service provided by the town to replow those kind of after the fact. But again, AT handles the service, the highways themselves, including the Fifth Meridian. Further to the other question there, my understanding is that there's a few highway roads, rural roads, as well as some of the urban ones, say near Meridian Meadows, where our vehicles will plow some of those, even though they're the highways and ATs, and AT will plow some of ours, sort of as a mutual arrangement for whatever makes sense from a service perspective to be most efficient.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'll maybe just add on there a little quickly to it. And I think just on that specifically, I believe part of the understanding, so Alberta Transportation or their contractor technically tends to be operating the larger plow truck. So they may hit some of the roads in town, like the highways, where there is that sort of plow aside option. Whereas our staff with our graders that have, able to work more in an urban setting will handle some of 779 that's, not available to just have the plow truck come through and push it all to the side, so.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, before I turn it over to our mover for some final remarks, just want to put a couple of thoughts out. Regardless of this motion passing or not, I know that the town is going to respond to the snowfall in the way that we need to provide the best service for our residents. And I think the question really comes down to, is it a matter of moving money in a budget line for next year now, or adjusting from, the rate stabilization reserves, that sort of thing, in response. And so I appreciate the conversation this evening from council. I think I would be inclined to sit with a couple of councillors who have spoken to the proper forum for addressing this particular motion, and that being at strategic planning. And so as this is not something that will affect the level of service that our residents provide, pending final marks from the mover, I'd be inclined to defer this to strategic planning. So with that, Mr. Mayor, for your final thoughts here.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I believe I appreciate the comments from members of council. However, you are incorrect in terms of strategic planning that this is a conversation for. Strategic planning, again, mentioned by the town manager and asked by Councillor Fletchko, is about service level. I'm not talking about service level. We already have that approved. I'm talking about properly funding that service level. There is no talk about changing the service level. Right? So I think if we want to talk about service level changes, that is at strat planning, and that is the appropriate place for it, as mentioned by Councillor Laurie, Councillor Fletchko, and yourself. But this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about funding what we currently do. Right? It makes no sense to have a service level and not fund it. Okay, I draw members of council back to page 77. Mentioned by Council Laurie, said, well, there's already a $100,000 reserve there. We can eat it into next year, 2023. 100%, that's possible. But look at the number. It says projected 2022 year end. Already mentioned by administration, we budget one snow clearing. We've already done 2 at the beginning of the year. So that $100,000 is 0 based on the policy. So there is no money in that reserve. So again, we're not properly funding the service level that we want to offer residents. I 100% support this council strategic planning, that if we want to talk about service level changes, so that we maybe only clear once, or we just make windrows and make people hop over it, that is a strategic planning conversation, not a funding conversation. Today with the corporate plan, it's about funding. Funding the service levels that we have adopted as a council. To be fiscally responsible to our residents and taxpayers, we need to actually fund the service levels that we promise to provide for our residents. So again, I have to say, we cannot say have a service level where we plan for 2, but only budget for 1. That is not proper fiscal planning. That is not good for our residents. That is not good for us long-term as a community. I ask members of council to support the motion to add this so that we actually properly fund the service levels that we provide for residents. And then have a conversation later if you want to change that service level. Thank you.
Point of clarity, Deputy Mayor, before you call the question.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering if we can get clarity from administration to confirm Mayor Choi's comments in regards to the reserve balance. We're seeing the projected ending balance of 2022 being at $100,461. I'd presume if that had already been spent in the spring for a clearing prior to this corporate plan being published, that would have been reflected in the projected ending balance. Can we please get a confirmation from administration what the current day balance in that reserve would be?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Laurie and all of council. The chart as depicted on page 77 is correct. So as per the MGA, transfers to and from reserves must be approved by council. Therefore, this is reflective of only $100,000 being taken from the reserve in 2022. We've spent the equivalent of 2 snowfalls already in 2022. So very simply, that will cause a deficit this year. There may be other operational surpluses that could offset that, and council will see administration's recommendations around that at the year-end surplus or deficit and deal with that at the time.
So for clarity, the spend has already exceeded the balance in the reserve. However, the determination of how that spend will be allocated will happen when we discuss the annual surplus or deficit.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Laurie and all of council, for clarity, we have not spent more out of the reserve that was authorized by council. So this chart is correct. I think you're saying the same thing. I just want to be clear.
No, sorry, I'm not speaking about the reserve now. I am saying in regards to snow clearing. So we have, on snow clearing, we have spent double essentially what we had originally approved.
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarity.
Okay, and thank you for the point of clarity. Thank you for response to the question there. Now, I'm going to ask a question, as this is the first time I have chaired a meeting, but we were calling this to order, which would say the debate is over. And so I see, Mr. Mayor, your hand is here for another opportunity to speak. And so I guess my question is, would this be, a point of clarity, or is this to continue the discussion and debate that we're currently having at the table?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank Councillor Laurie for making my point for me, ask for clarification that we've, even though that does say $100,000, that our current snow budget has already surpassed that reserve amount. hence the fact that we cannot operate our town under
Okay,
current.
no, perfect. We'll stop there. Thank you for that. And we're just going to stop because it sounded like debate. And so the point of clarity question has been asked and answered. And with that, we have a motion on the floor before us that town council add $100,000 to the snow removal budget for 2023. And so we're going to call that to question. All those in favor? And that passes. Okay. Do you have another motion there, Mr. Mayor? Can I pass the chair back to you?
You can pass the chair back to me. I do have most other motions, but we'll let other members of council have the opportunity to make changes. Thank you, and well done on that, Deputy Mayor. Members of council, let's take a quick recess, and then 10 minutes, we'll come back, and we'll just kind of gather our thoughts together and see if there's how many more motions there are, to see if we need to extend it for another night or if we can finish today. 10 minutes. Okay, the members of council, welcome back, and the members of our staff, those that are in the gallery and those that are watching online, welcome back to our corporate plan. Moving on, we have a motion from Councillor Hansard.
Your worship, I move that we fund the extra dollars that were requested by the TLC in the amount of $192.425. Sorry, $192,425. I can't read.
Okay, so Councillor Hansard, that's the full request from the TLC.
That is the additional monies. They are already on page 60, 69, 61 in our lovely packet that administration put together for us. The $509,000, $509,000. 590,000, sorry. I've got numbers running through my head since this morning.
Okay, Councillor Hansard, if you can just look at the screen, is that correct?
That looks like a correct motion to me, sir.
Okay, I'll let you speak to it first.
All right, so I'd like to set this up in this way. Last year's budget, the TLC came to all three councils and did not ask for any extra monies. They were actually over budget, but they chose to pull money out of a reserve. The TLC does not have a lot of reserves, but they pulled money out of a reserve in order to fund the deficit, which they thought would help the municipalities, and in a way, it certainly did. However, municipalities don't get the real number that they're working with. We don't know the real cost to run the facility if we don't know what the real number is. So the way it was presented, I'm guessing, could have been, the real cost is this, but we're willing to pull money out of a reserve to cover that, but we have a right to know as a municipality the real dollars. And I think that's important for all the boards and committees that we councilors sit on, where we have a budget that they're dealing with, and they are likely to be in front of council wanting extra money. For sure, this facility, because it's a Part 9 company that we all have a responsibility to. I'd like to offer to you what is covered in the $192,425 that they asked for. There is operating dollars. I don't really want to spend time going down a list, but if you go to page 61, you'll see the list of what is covered under capital. All equipment, all things that are needed by the TLC to function is the $88,275. There is operating of $34,975, and infrastructure, which is $69,175. And all of that together comes to $192,425. That is the over dollars that they're asking for council to fund. There is a larger number, and each council is being asked to pay their percentage. Right now, Stony Plain's portion of a larger number is 24.8%, because the census caused the figures to be adjusted. We used to be 25%, and we're now adjusted downward a bit. So that is, I just wanted to give that in the way of an explanation, because the subject was brought up in last night's meeting. Is it possible to not fund that, those extra dollars they've asked for? What happens? Well, what happens, because it is a Part 9 company, and because all three municipalities must agree to the budget that they give you, they have to agree that they will pay their portion, or none of it gets funded, and they revert to the previous year's budget automatically. So everything that needs to be covered off, infrastructure, capital expenses, the extra operating dollars, which are not huge, but it is $34,975. Those things cannot be funded if we say no to our piece, because Spruce Grove and Parkland County cannot go forward with their parts if we don't say yes to our part. I hope I've explained that clearly enough. But that's what those dollars were about, and in my opinion, we should not be saying no to those dollars. And please keep in mind that that seems like a larger amount because we didn't get the full weight of what the dollars were last year. So it looks like a bigger request. Had last year's number been in there, this would have been a much smaller increase. Okay? That's my explanation, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Hansard, and I appreciate you bringing that forward as you are the representative of the TLC board, so thank you. Councillor Plechko, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I've got a couple of questions this evening for our representative. Can you just clarify for me today, what is the reserve sitting at that the TLC has?
I do not know that. In fact, well, I will tell you that I had a talk with the general manager there and encourage them to always come with what the real number is and make a suggestion that they'll pull money out of the reserve, but not to just pull money out of the reserve and then the municipalities don't know what the real number is, what the real cost to run the facility is. And he agreed that he has learned something in this process. I do not know what that reserve is, but they don't have a lot of reserves. They have one, I believe, one reserve.
So maybe we could ask administration if they have them numbers, please.
Thank you, Councillor Plechko. And administration, do we have those numbers?
Your Worship, through the Councillor Plechko, my memory calls it's about 330,000. Yeah, 330,000.
Thank you for that. So I struggle with reserves in funded projects that are funded by the municipalities. And I just don't clearly understand why we need to have reserves for any portion of that, because if they need money, they come to the councils approve the funding, and onward it goes. So we have money sitting there for what purpose?
I agree with you.
So I would like to see the reserves for certain for certain organizations that we fund directly, not have reserves. It just makes no sense to me why we sit with reserves. But a clear question I really have is, you talked about the town's portion is 24.5% of what the
A larger number.
total number is. So when we look at what our community gets for that 24.5%, are we getting an equal 24.5% of hours for our local community organizations?
May I respond to that? Councillor Plechko, sorry, through the mayor to you, Councillor Plechko. If you're asking a dollar for dollar what we get back for that, and it's about organizations benefiting versus individuals who, taxpayers pay for the TLC still on our tax bill every year. I'm not sure if I have that answer for you, but it's certainly something I could take back to the board of directors. And I certainly am willing to take back your sentiment and anyone else's regarding this idea about about reserves being held by an entity that has the ability to come to the municipalities and let us know what they need and make their argument for that and hopefully receive the funding they need to operate and to pay for capital and to pay for infrastructure. So I'm certainly willing to share that, and I do agree with you about the reserves. So could we get that information for you after tonight about
Yeah, Council Hanser, I don't think that's necessary. I think the question was what we get, and I think we're going to move forward with some supplemental questions from Councilor Pletchko.
So I'm looking for a bit of clarity as well. You made mention that pulling out of reserves don't give you a true attribute to what it actually costs. But regardless of whether we're pulling it out of there or we're getting it from the town, it's a true reflection of what it costs to operate that organization. So can you clarify for me why you would make reference to pulling it out of reserve doesn't give us the true cost of running the place?
Well, I saw a budget amount last year after being brand new on council. But I did not sit in a presentation where all of that was explained by the general manager of the TLC when he gave his presentation to a council of which I was not yet part. So I'm not sure what got said in that previous presentation. My thought process is, if you were told, and I don't know if you were, the real cost of running the TLC is this, and we have the ability to pull this amount out of the reserve so that we don't have to come to the municipality and ask for any funding, any extra funding, then that's clear. You make a very good point. You would know the numbers. But if that wasn't said or explained in that way, then you don't know what the real cost is to run the TLC and meet their obligations. That was my point in making those comments.
So just a supplemental to that, and then I'll let somebody else
Okay.
speak. Just for clarification, administration, regardless of where the funds come, we know that it costs, and I'll just use fictitious numbers for this point in time, but if it costs $500,000 to run the TLC, and we go to the 3 municipalities and we get funded $300,000, and there's $200,000 sitting in a reserve, we know that if we take it out of the reserve, it costs $500,000 to fund that municipality. We also know that when there's no more reserve sitting there, that it's going to cost the municipalities now $500,000 or $600,000 as we go along to actually fund that type of thing, correct?
Your worship, through to Council Pletchko, your statement's generally correct in terms of it doesn't matter where the funding comes from, the expense is the expense. I think what Councillor Hanser was trying to communicate to the rest of council was perhaps last year the TLC could have asked for more from a taxation perspective and left more in their reserve allocation and bridged the gap a little bit more between this year's ask and last year's ask. So I think generally the message I think that Councillor Hanser is trying to bring to council's attention is the TLC used more of their reserve allocation last year to soften the blow to municipalities or member communities, ownership communities, and perhaps if they hadn't have done that, we would have paid more from a taxation perspective. They could have used more from their reserves this year to soften the blow a little bit more, so it would have been more of a balanced approach to their use of reserves. So I think that's the message she was trying to portray. However, you are correct. If it's $100,000 to run a facility and take 50 out of reserve and 50 out of taxes, it's still $100,000. The impact on the person paying is less because you're using money from your bank account versus asking for money from people on the street.
Correct, and what I'm trying to get at is there's really no advantage to having a reserve in what we're doing because that reserve is still sitting there, that the taxpayers paid, sitting there collecting interest where we could be using taxpayer money the same equally every year.
Your worship, correct. I think the other component too is with the TLC over the last couple of years, that the deficit has been an issue through COVID as we're all aware. And certainly they did use capital reserve to pay that deficit. So I think it's been a combination of reserve use in the last few allocations, and perhaps that's what Councillor Hansard is referring to with respect to that. But it really doesn't matter where the money comes from. It's the impact on our taxpayer is the question with respect to reserve or no reserve allocation.
Thank you.
Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do share some of the concerns about the reserve, but I think this year too has also shown us with the challenge that's being had with the leisure pool that the reserve is a good thing, no matter where it lies, whether it lies within the TLC, whether it lies within the town. I think that matter is a potential debatable matter, but having that reserve, regardless where it resides, is of benefit. Again, to the points, we did receive a presentation last year from the Tri-Leisure that kept the capital and life cycle funding at $0 on a 20-year-old facility. That alone.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Apparently my smartwatch doesn't get it. So that alone, kind of shows you they took a hit, in a sense, to help protect us. They took a hit to help make things easier on us. And they're coming to us this year asking for us to bring them back to essentially parity, bring them back to where they should have been. It hurts. It's a big dollar amount. It's $200,000 more. But, if they'd have come to us with an increase of $100,000 last year and $100,000 this year, would we be having the same conversation? I'm not sure we would. I also looked at the budget. I looked at the plans for the infrastructure and the capital, and again, going back to what do we hear from residents? Well, I hear from a lot of residents about the condition of that parking lot. I hear from a lot of residents about the concerns about security and theft in that facility. Well, look through their plan. Their plan has significantly identified the parking lot as what this funding is going to. Their plan has identified phase 2 of the locker refresh to the new, more secure lockers. It's identified the new security cameras that will provide better coverage, better pictures, better imaging to help prevent all of these issues. So, they are listening. They are hitting all of the items that the residents are concerned about and talking about. And unfortunately, that costs money. The other thing that I think is a little bit lost in here too is the Tri-Leisure has done a very good job, and the general manager did mention it when he was here. They actually have a $650,000 increase in operating expenses. They're projecting approximately a $650,000 increase in revenue as well. And if you listen to the general manager, it was, just as we discussed earlier with the library, to return that facility to longer operational hours, to make that facility more accessible for the public. So, as much as it's a hard pill to swallow, I respect the fact that the TLC, was fiscally responsible to the town as we were going through some very tough times in regards to the pandemic and what our residents were facing. I do agree we still are not in the best of times, and that putting this in could be a challenge. But if we don't do this with a 20-year-old facility and these capital and infrastructure projects continue to be delayed, at what point in time does this number double? And at what point in time do we actually put this in when it's required? This funding's required. These aren't, nice to have projects. The projects that they're speaking to in here are requirements. And if we want to keep this facility in good shape, like we've done with the likes of the Glen Hall Arena, so that it's around for a long time and usable for our residents, I think we need to support this.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Members of council, any other questions, comments, and debate? Seeing none, thank you for bringing the motion forward. Councilor Hansard as a representative. There was a presentation to council, and it's outlined some of the initiatives that the TLC wants to do to make the facility better. I think not having a request increase the previous year kind of hurt. Definitely, we heard around this table many times tonight, it's always better to feather it in and level it up instead of go 0, 0, 0 and then bang, we need this whole 32% increase in operation dollars. That hurts. But if they would have feathered it in year after year, realizing that it does have an impact with each owner. And it has a bigger impact within the town of Stony Plain. Currently, through our corporate plan, a 1% tax increase for the town of Stony Plain is $185,000. That's why it's a huge impact. But for the city of Spruce Grove, when 1% is $400,000, it's a drop in the hat for them. And even less of an impact for Parkland County, when 1% is $750,000. When they raise 1%, they can accomplish way more than we can. And I think it is hard to increase this amount so fast and for the TLC, but I think I can support it because it's bringing the operations back to where it needs to be. Right? We've heard conditions of the parking lot is not good, lots of theft and security issues, and the recent, what's happening right now is the swimming pool is closed, I believe. Right? Again, we don't know if that's going to be covered through insurance or not. If it's not covered by insurance, it's going to be funded by the 3 municipalities. So we're going to have another huge hit. So in terms of supporting the TLC, I think this is probably an appropriate increase to keep the TLC whole so they can continue those improvements and bring the TLC back to where a state where residents can be proud of. Councillor Hansard?
I have no further comments, Your Worship. I appreciate everybody's input.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay. Right, looking around the table, any more motions, debate regarding a few things? Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I make a motion here, can I just see, sorry, one more time, the tax impact there with that last motion? Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, looking at, the proposed tax increase as we sit today, increasing to a little bit over 7. And I think the challenge that's presented is in an inflationary environment that affects our residents, it also affects municipal business. And we've seen kind of throughout the impacts of that. We've had some increases that we really didn't have any control over in terms of the RCMP contract and the added costs there. But I think I would be amiss if we didn't see what we could do to potentially bring that number down a little bit. And, looking through the corporate plan, I know that administration has gone to great lengths to provide us a really solid proposal in terms of, what is best for our community for council's consideration. And so I don't say this lightly because I do want to respect the work that has gone into this, the needs of the community, and the conversation around our senior leadership table. The motion that I want to put forward, and I may need a little bit of help with this one because we've been talking about additions and some increases and that sort of thing. And what I would like to move is a removal of something from our corporate plan. And so I'm going to take a stab, and if I need some wordsmithing, please give me a hand with that. So we'll make the motion and then I'll provide some commentary why this specifically. And so I'm on page 31, table 22 of the, I don't know if this is the corporate plan. This is the amendment, but I think the page numbers would still apply. And that's specific to the community peace officer. And so I want to make a motion to remove this added position and the cost for the capital equipment from the 2023 corporate plan.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Anderson, Deputy Mayor. So I believe the motion is to remove the CPO from the 2023 corporate plan.
Yeah. Thank you.
As noted, it is coming from the tax base and also the policing and public safety reserve. Can administration spit out the impact to the tax base and then also the impact to the policing and public safety reserve?
Thank you through you, Your Worship. On table 22, in the executive summary, it summarizes the costs, which include $110,000 in operating expenses, which would hit the tax base, as you can see on the screen, at a negative 0.59% tax impact, and the $100,000 would go back into the policing and public safety reserve.
Okay. Councilman Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the clarification question there. You know, I know that public safety is tremendously important for us as a municipality and for our residents as well. You know, going through our corporate plan, trying to see or find ways that we can try to bring the proposed tax increase down. I think the reason that this one stuck out for me was in part due to the executive summary, where it talks about kind of our operational model being in part proactive and in part reactive. And the reaction or the reactive response would imply, you know, responding to complaints, et cetera. And the proactive is, you know, being out in the community and building relationships and rapport, which is very, very important. And I think, you know, pays its own dividends. But, you know, we're not looking at removing a CPO at the risk of the safety of our community. You know, this is something that I think would be very nice for us to have. I, you know, fully support the work that our CPOs do. I've heard, you know, comments from their visibility in the community and appreciate all that they bring to our community. But with a high inflation environment, with families, you know, at times struggling to put food on the table and gas in the car, I think any time that we can try to bring this number down, I think it needs to be taken into consideration. And so, Mr. Mayor, I'll leave it there for now for council discussion, and may have some more comments here.
Thank you much, Deputy Mayor. Members of council, there's a motion on the floor. We heard opening comments. Questions, comments, and debate. Go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
So, it's actually one of the things I heard relatively often on the campaign trail is the general dissatisfaction in this community with the, how you would call reactive. I would say that there's generally a fairly strong sentiment out there, which I'm not saying you're not aware of, but I think it speaks to a service level our community is being demanding, and being demanding now for at least 2 elections, this idea of proactive policing. On top of that, I would also point to some parking challenges on Main Street that while maybe not a safety issue, they are certainly starting to bubble into a bigger problem. So I will listen with an open mind to my fellow councillors, but at the current moment, I couldn't support this motion. I think this position has been a long time coming.
Councillor Meyer, any more questions, comments, debate? Councillor Hansard.
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure Deputy Mayor Anderson coming forward with this is thinking 210,000 would be a big impact. But given that half of that money is just going to go back and sit in a reserve, makes no sense when that money is there to make things happen for our town, and certainly as peace officer would be about that business. I'm just curious, a good chunk of that money must come from operating, is that correct?
So Council Hansard, yes, so out of that, $110,000 comes from the tax base as an operating, and then the $100,000 comes out of the Policing Public Safety Reserve for the equipment. So it is $110,000 out of that would be returned to the tax base.
So we don't get the officer, and we save 110,000 operating costs to be able to support that officer in the work that they do, but we also are minus that person. I have to think about that. I don't have my mind made up how I would like to vote on that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, debate? Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just, through you, ask our administration, and the line that kind of concerns me, it says, will maintain or increase timely responses to complaints and address the increase in enforcement files and challenges as the community grows. This is something that I seem to be hearing a lot, is that, we tend to be getting more and more files. So, when we have to add people just to maintain, that tells me that the need is significant. So I'm wondering if administration can just give us a general idea of, what's the year-over-year growth, let's say, of enforcement files? When was the last time an officer was added to the enforcement team?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, the last addition to the CBO team was 2016. I'll try and give you some stats as part of our work that we do to put these proposals together. There are some stats that are included, and of course, 2022 is not completed yet, so I wouldn't have those relevant. In 2016, we responded to 1,712 incidents. We responded to 2,029 in 2020. 2021, that went up to 2,452 for response. Just some clarity on proactive versus reactive. Reactive is absolutely correct, Councillor Anderson. That's a complaint comes in and we react to the complaint, or we go and do our investigation or the work we need to do related to someone phoning in and bringing something to our attention. Proactive is in the normal course of duty for a peace officer. They may notice something that requires some enforcement action, and they proactively respond to that versus waiting for the complaint to come in. So proactively responding is not someone speeds or goes through a stop sign, not wearing a seatbelt, those types of things. That's traffic safety. That's a general course of duty. But if I'm not shoveling my walkway, they're not waiting for my neighbor to complain. They, in their normal course of duty, they'll stop. They'll chat to me and make me aware of the bylaw. And if, in a reasonable amount of time, if I have not done what they've asked me to do or done what I'm supposed to do related to the bylaw, then they'll start the enforcement file related to that. So that would be an example of a proactive versus and of course, proactive does also fall into that category of making sure that we're establishing rapport and relationships with people. And we do a bit of that with some of our foot patrols or bike patrols, going over and visiting the kids over at the skate park and developing that rapport so that we can create positive habits in people also, and also turn that tide of enforcement's negative versus, they're people doing a job, and you can certainly have a decent conversation with them, and certainly they're there to provide an overall safety aspect to our community versus always looking for something to enforce. I hope that helped, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to follow up, it definitely did, and if I heard you right, I think you said 2020 was 2,029 files and 21 was 2,452?
That's correct. If you want some violations, we wrote 939 in 2016, 1297 in 2020, and 1451 in 2021.
Excellent, thank you. So, it looks like on average, we're looking around a 20% increase there, which with our staffing at 6, which I believe is 5 plus a supervisor, if I'm correct on that, 5 enforcement officers and 1 supervisor.
Your Worship, due to Councillor Laurie, currently we have 4. This would be 5. The supervisor is, yes, in addition to the on the street, yeah.
Is the additional person then in the approved 2022, is that a clerk?
Clerk, correct.
Excellent, thank you. So, yeah, actually, that's even more so than if we're going from 4 officers to 5. I do want to touch on one part, though, Councillor Anderson, and I can support where you're coming from, but, you know, our peace officers, our bylaw officers do a significant amount of work that's related to safety. And so I just refer back to our Q3 quarterly report, and it talks about the incidents. I mean, there's traffic incidents. They're dealing with 24-hour suspensions and impaired, failing to stops, driving complaints, distracted drivings, impaired lasers. Now, many of these times they require the assistance of the RCMP to actually complete that file, but they might be the first officer contacting this person. You know, and when you look at the violations, 108 of the 180 violations that were issued were driving violations. So those are safety violations. So, you know, I do think that this is imperative to maintain the safety in our community. You know, it also does relieve pressure from the RCMP because we don't necessarily have the capacity to have the RCMP doing, you know, laser radar operations or distracted driving operations or things like that. The RCMP are often dealing with the more serious crimes. So having our peace officers available to deal with the, what I would classify as more minor safety issues that leads to more of a preventative measure. I'd rather have that distracted driver stopped by a peace officer and receive a ticket at that point in time than to continue that behavior and potentially cause an accident. So I do support where you're coming from. I'm not happy with the increase where it is right now. I just don't think this is an appropriate place to take it from.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Councilor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through to administration. So a couple of operational questions. So my first question around hours of operation. By adding an additional CPO, will we be extending hours of operation, or will we be staying within the same hours of operation that we currently run?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, of course, we try to maintain as many hours on the road as possible. We do have you know, at a certain point, criminal code becomes the priority call, and we're not really around after that point. So I would suggest in the summertime, midnight is pretty much a cap for us with respect to the services that we would provide under the CPO legislation, and definitely 7 o'clock, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Often we do have a seasonal approach to our enforcement because you get colder weather. Obviously, people are not out in the community as often as they are in the summer months, so our hours do increase in the summer versus the winter. The extra officer certainly would allow us the ability to have that early, mid, and late shift. So we would likely be increasing the number of officers that we do have on a day. Some days we have 1 officer, some days we have 2 officers. We also have sick time, we also have vacation time, and all those other things that we have to deal with respect to this enforcement team in terms of trying to provide that 7-day-a-week, you know, a majority of, give or take, 18 to 20 hours of coverage in the community.
Thank you. So my next question revolves around costs, one that we don't like to talk about much, but one that's affected when we have our CPOs out. I suspect that they work with the residents as long as they can before we invoke a fine. What portion of a fine goes back into supporting that department as a cost recovery?
Your Worship, through the Councillor Pletchko, generally speaking, if we write a provincial violation, there is a percentage that the town of Stony Plain gets and the province gets. I'm trying to recall what that might be. I think the province might keep 30% and we might retain the balance of that. If we do a bylaw violation, that's a town bylaw, so the costs related to that would come directly back to the town of Stony Plain. Depending on the file, often we'll default to a provincial statute because there's you have to pay. You know as well as I do, sometimes when we go to the registration, there's this other expense that we were not aware of that we have to pay for when we do our registration, driver's license, those types of things. So provincial legislation has a bit more ability for us to get the violation paid for. We also have to follow specific rules. If we have an unsightly property, we can't just go in and start levying a bunch of fines. There's a process that we have to follow. And if we do have expenses related to that, we do have the ability to recapture the costs related to those expenses.
Thank you for your comments. I'm just going to make a bit of a general comment if I could. So over the last year, I've watched pretty close both the RCMP and our CPOs within our community, because I think we've heard lots of complaints regarding a number of incidents that go within our community. And I've heard that come down substantially, from the people that are racing over by the West Terra portion to 628, 779, to a number of complaints, even to a regular complaint that I've had probably for 5 years of a residential area that needed to be cleaned up. Has kind of gone away because our CPOs are doing their jobs as well as our local RCMP. I think it's, it's a substantial amount of money that we look at for having that additional person. But I think with the amount of people asking within our community for the support of more protective services, I think at this time it's highly not recommended to be getting rid of a CPO. I think it's prudent to our community that we continue to provide the safety services, and the presence of both the CPOs and the RCMP within our community, I think has grown over the last year, because I don't know what the rest of you, but the complaints that I had with the RCMP not being here has somewhat subsided. I see them even out in our neck of the woods, and I'm on the far end of town, the farthest end of town. I see them on the road, watching that much closer now that we've got a bit of a drag strip going on. But thank you very much for the nice new road that you've put out there. It's calmed a lot of the people driving up and down that road as well. So that portion of it, I think, is very, very thoughtful of the process. So I don't know that I could support this at this time to get rid of a CPO. Well, I think it's got good intentions along the way. I think we really need to think about the safety within our community and continue to support the efforts. And not seeing another individual since 2016, I think, says a lot for your department and the way you functioned within that term for the past number of years. So kudos to you and your department for doing a phenomenal job and being able to move forward with it. And unless I hear something from one of my fellow councillors tonight, I would encourage everybody to consider voting against this at this time.
Any more comments, questions, debate? Okay. Seeing none, Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, I appreciate bringing forward the motion. And I am cognizant of the tax dollars to our residents. There's only one taxpayer in your community. I'm also worried about the service level that we provide for our residents. What I hear from the residents, especially being in town for so long and knowing so many people, is that we do have areas that need to be better enforced. A lot of times I hear is, why do we have bylaws and rules but we don't have the officers to enforce them? So in essence, we don't really have any bylaws because we can't proactively enforce them. As in the executive summary, our peace officer services operates on a combined model of proactive and reactive enforcement. The new peace officer will increase the percentage of proactive enforcement, and I think that's what we need in terms of safety, of going forward in the community. Knowing that the last time that we added an additional peace officer was in 2016. That'd be 7 years. 7 years in town of Stony Plain that we have not added a peace officer. We also just heard from the general manager that the file volume is averaging 20% increase each and every year. Just let that sink in. We have not hired an officer since 2016, yet the average increase in files generated is 20% a year. So I have to echo the comments from Councilor Pletchko. As kudos to our staff. You know, budgeting, jumping around, arranging schedules so that we can provide the best level of service for residents at a limited personnel. So at this point in time, I cannot support that motion to reduce the CPO. Councilor Anderson, I'll let you close.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I do appreciate the sentiment around the table. And to clarify, this has nothing to do with the work that our CPOs do or the value that they bring to our community. But it's in consideration of the burden that our residents are facing in terms of increasing costs and those sorts of things. And there are things, I think, in this budget that are necessary to move our community forward. And I brought this one forward because it's not that it doesn't help us move forward, but maybe not to the same degree as some of the other initiatives that have been passed today. We have a couple of notes. Comment was made, that I suggested we get rid of a CPO, and that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm not saying we take somebody off the street that's already there. I'm just suggesting that we're not adding a new CPO in this current budget. And so just would like to bring a point of clarity. The other piece is we're looking at, or I have some of the statistics from our Q3 report that came into Chambers here not long ago. And I'm just trying to make sense of some of the numbers, because what we see in this report and what has been reported by the GM here maybe doesn't quite align for me. But in this particular quarterly report, we're looking at a response from our peace officers to a total of 485 calls, and then they were kind of broken down. Councillor Laurie, spoke to some of them. I think more than 10% of those would have been parking calls, which I think was alluded to as well. But when we're looking at, 485, now I know our CPOs don't just go and open files. There's other things that, come into the job. But over 90 days, it's an average of just over 5 a day, 5 incidents that we're responding to. And so with a complement of 4 officers, 5 a day again, there's other extenuating factors, I understand that. But it's not like there is an absorbent number of calls where we're, seeing that they're going to be overwhelmed with numbers if we don't respond. And I say that for this reason. I know we've heard in these chambers a number of times when it comes to our CPOs that it's about engagement and proactive and those sorts of things. And particular situations have been talked about, how our CPOs have been called out to deal with the same incident with the same people multiple times. And so my wonder is if there is certainly a conversation there and awareness and education, but then we move to enforcement. Like, I wonder if that would take some of that load down and increase their efficiency in the role that they're providing. That's not to say I want everybody to be ticketed for everything they do, but, we have heard on a number of occasions in chambers that, there are particular situations that they seem to continue to respond to. With a seasonal approach as well, I think it was alluded to by the general manager that this last quarter, being summer, is typically the higher season in terms of responses as well. And so we're going into a season or quarter now where those numbers may potentially be coming down. And so 485 at a high point. And so again, with that seasonal approach, if that's our peak, are we staffing specifically to the peak or the year-round needs of the community? And if we're staffing for that peak, is there other ways that maybe we could staff that as opposed to bringing in someone, full-time? Again, I do want to reiterate that it is not a reflection of our CPO program or the work that they do. It very much is looking at what services we offer and where there might be an opportunity for some cost savings in terms of tax increase for our residents. And so all that being said, I certainly appreciate the will of council as a collective, and we'll allow that to take its course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Anderson. Deputy Mayor, appreciate bringing them forward the motion. Call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, and that is defeated. All right, any more motions, comments, questions to make this truly ours? Deputy Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion that we add $75,000 into our corporate plan for 2023 for a administrative assistant.
Just for clarification, I believe, can you just clarify the dollar amount you had indicated?
$75,000.
75.
All right.
It's 75, right? 75, yes.
Mr. Mayor, is the motion written as intended?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And I think a reference to what was commented or spoken to by the town manager and what council has adopted in terms of a strategic plan. Right? We're not creating an environment for today. We're creating an environment for what our community looks like with 30,000 people. Our organization has always been lean in terms of being able to provide coverage and address the needs of our residents. Looking around the region in terms of support for council, town manager, and senior administration, and the ability to address those needs and concerns from our residents, we lack. A perfect example is we just had our executive assistant, one for all of council, town manager, and the SLT team. That individual took a holiday. We did not have coverage. That individual had to check the emails for 2 weeks on holidays to make sure that things are not dropped. We look at the city of Spruce Grove. They add members in terms of intergovernment, policy review, executive assistants, administrative assistants, and similar to Parkland County, if you look at their corporate plans. And why do they do that? It's not just about adding personnel to the organization. It's about making sure that your corporation, your municipality, is achieving more, being able to provide and meet the needs of our residents. We just heard our community is growing. What do we want to be when we're 30,000, which is only a hop away? We're already at 18 plus. Without that coverage, our organization will not grow. Our residents will not see the benefits of the plan that we have already done. All the dollars that we invested into infrastructure, right, the asphalt plans, the storm management plans, a lot of those will be put onto the wayside or aside of a desk because we don't have that support within our organization to make sure that those plans get carried out. We hear many times that we just did another study that's going to sit on the shelf and collect dust. Why is that? Because we don't have the personnel to carry them out. So if we're serious about becoming and looking at us what we look like at 30,000 people, we need to have an organization structure that supports that. And this is the first step in doing that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the motion is on the floor that Town Council add 75,000 to the 2023 to 25 corporate plan for an administrative assistant. And so I will open up the floor for deliberation and discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So while I agree with the mayor's arguments in terms of the town growing and needing to mature in our corporate structure, I'm just curious why a decision like this wouldn't be best discussed at strategic planning, and why this is sort of at least my first time hearing about this.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I think there's been quite a few conversations around the table regarding staffing needs that we need in the community, executive assistants, coordinators. You can see in the plan that's always been pushed back year after year because we're not willing to invest those dollars into having those individuals hired into the municipality. So in terms of to keep the taxes lower, we keep on pushing those individuals off to the side.
Follow up? Yep,
Go
that's
ahead.
good. No, that's good.
Oh, okay, thank you. Councillor Meyer. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Start just with a question, just straight through to administration. We've heard a dollar amount be placed out there. We do have a current executive assistant that I'm sure we could mimic what the potential salary for this position would be, inclusive of benefits and additional expenses. Is that number accurate?
Through the deputy mayor to Councillor Laurie. So, you mean just like a full ad, so like at a $75,000 ad, that would probably be in the middle of our level 3 and 4 in our grid. So without going into a whole bunch of detail on that note, that amount, and I would be talking salary plus benefits, like total compensation cost, would be, mean at the lower end of our level 3 and 4 grids. For comparison, it's a 9-step. So from frontline staff member to myself, there's 9. So this would be into the 3 and 4 areas with benefits. And those would be, some of our specialist positions. So if council's familiar with the structure to a degree, I'll maybe try it this way. Structure to a degree, certainly my position, general manager, then there's either supervisors or communication coordinators, financial specialists, and the next level down. So I feel like I'm maybe confusing things. I might just stop, but that would be what I would say. I guess in a general way, that would be at the low to mid of the lower end of, or the lower mid of our salary structure. Frankly, off the top of my head, there's the positions you're referencing. I don't know them off the top of my head where they would sit exactly, but I do know. Like this would be in and around the level 3 and 4.
All right, thank you for that. Did you have a follow-up there, Councillor Laurie?
So if I could just ask some clarity there. So I think the question was not answered. So I think Councillor Laurie asked about an executive assistant. So we do not, the motion is not for an executive assistant, it's for an administrative assistant. Okay. So not an EA. So the question is, at the salary that is motioned in, that's part of the motion, is that adequate for an administrative assistant position? Yes or no?
Actually, no, that's, to rephrase my question, I don't appreciate that because I'm actually wondering if this is high.
Well,
I would tend to agree, Your Worship, that yes, that would certainly more than cover it, but curious, and thank you for the correction in respect to my terminology of executive assistant versus an administrative assistant, because that even drops it down even further. So again, my question through Deputy Mayor to administration is, if administration was bringing forward an administrative assistant position in the office of the CAO, what would the dollar value of the total compensation package for that individual be?
Thank you, that's actually a good question.
Deputy Mayor, we're just taking a quick look at some of the charts and graphs. You might need a minute or two. So if I could just have a minute or two, just to make sure.
I do have a follow-up question on that, while that's being worked on, if I could ask.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So appreciating Mayor Choi's motion here, I'm curious in respect to this position. Again, I would agree with Mayor Choi that, we are very lean when it comes to our employees. We do see there are other positions that are asked for. We know that administration does go through a process of prioritizing, which positions do come forward to the annual corporate plan for the specific year. I'm curious if admin can provide some background and context as to the administrative evaluated need of this position and potentially why we don't see that included anywhere in the next 3 years of the corporate plan.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Laurie, and I guess I'll try to speak clearly here. Administration has not identified this position as a need, and therefore it's not in the corporate plan as recommended.
Very good.
Yep, so just waiting the answer in respect to the total compensation package.
I believe what I'm being pointed out is, as a position, if I understand correctly, similar to this or within that office of the CEO would be in a level 4 mid-grid with benefits. This would be a little less. The number I'm looking at in front of me is 95,000. This is 75. So those are the kind of numbers we're looking at.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. Administration, thank you for that. And thank you, Councillor Laurie, for your questions. Councillor Palechko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, I'm struggling with this big time. I just look at a corporate plan that comes to us with what I believe our administration team, SLT, goes through with a fine-tooth comb and brings to us and says, here's what we need to have. Now, I assume that there's always, I wish I could have, and that's the question that comes tonight. Like, we have, and I appreciate what the mayor has done here. However, I look at this and go, of all the departments, if there's one thing that you could have that you didn't ask for that got put on the table for an employee, is that what that is?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Palechko again. I don't want to say these are challenging questions. A couple of things here. Council can see fit to do as it pleases. That's a rule that I've always sort of respected and sort of followed through my career and in these chambers. Secondly, respectfully and frankly, we put a lot of time, effort, consideration into the planning of the employee requests, and I would go further and say, and we are cognizant of those costs. So what you see in any of our corporate plans are what we believe are needs, what we believe are achievable, and for me to stray from the process that we have and that we as administratively respect and go through and do all of that, it's very difficult for me to do that. The last thing I'll add, are there needs out there? Yes, there are. Frankly, and outside of the corporate planning process, which we take to be, rigorous. Respectfully, council could add positions all over the board, and I can tell you they will be put to good use. There are needs in the organization. They would, this one, that one over there, one at Public Works, whatever. I can assure you that they would all be put to good use, and the people would work hard and move through do good things. I would just again, I guess I'll wrap up and the plan that we put in front of you is a culmination of a lot of work, a lot of thought and consideration, and I will leave the plan as recommended in front of council.
Thank you, Town Manager, for your thoughts there. Councillor Pletchko, did you have an
Yeah,
additional
I'd just
question?
like to make a bit of a comment. If you could put up on there the numbers that will correlate with the addition of this. I just want to talk to this a little bit. We just heard it makes a small percentage, a 0.41%. It's $75,000, and we're at 7.47% of a tax increase for our local community. I heard clearly from administration that they could use in a number of places. So, you know, it is well within council's purview to be able to bring forward more things. But I also heard that the amount that was required for that individual is about $95,000, not $75,000. So we're about $20,000 short of it. Might make a 0.6 of a position, 0.5, 0.8, I don't know what it would end up being at $75,000. But I also heard administration say they put a lot of thought and process into a corporate plan that was presented before us. And I've always appreciated my term on council with the work that they put into it and how they juggle to do the best for our community and our taxpayers. And this is probably one of the higher ones that I've seen come across the table in the 5+ years that I've been on council. And I keep relating to all of this. If the councils before, and I know we can't go back and undo what they've done, but for 13 years, they did a 0% increase. If they had done a 1% increase, we would be in a much better financial position in this community than we are today. So it's our due diligence to get us into a good position. And I struggle sometimes with what those numbers look like or how we get there because of the optics when we go back out and we talk to the people in the community. And, you know, everybody's hurting today. Everybody's hurting. But we also are in one of the best economies in Canada. Alberta still is far ahead of everybody in growth and leadership. We don't know what's going to come for 2023 with all that's going on in the political world, and we hear lots of turmoil. So I'm not sure today that I fully support this administration position. I'm still hung up on what I see before me, and I do agree that we can change stuff. And I'd like to hear a few more comments from some of my fellow councillors regarding an additional position and what their thoughts are on that.
Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Councillor Hansard, go ahead, please.
Oh, my. I would so much rather have seen this in the corporate plan that came to us to read and study. And instead of a motion at the end of, well, wherever, I guess it could have come at any time, but a separate motion. I don't want a response to this, but I'll just state my initial impression is administration on this side seemed a bit surprised by this motion. Maybe I read it wrong. But I'm not sure how to take the need for the position. If it was thought out and needed, it should have been in the corporate plan, I would think. And the senior leadership team could have argued they needed it in this department or that area, rather than us just saying we want to fund an administrative assistant position or an administrative assistant position. Put that person wherever you want. Am I to understand, this is a question, am I to understand that this is a floating position that could serve anywhere in the town and doesn't need to be attached to a desk and could work wherever, or work in a position with work coming at them from anywhere? Maybe I sort of understand that a little bit better.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Mr. Mayor, would you like to respond to your intent of this specific position?
Yes, so as an administrative assistant, I believe that our general managers are paid fairly well for what they do. Right? Same with our town manager. We have 5 general managers with 0 administrative support. We have a CAO and a council with a 0.5 CA report. So in terms of the quality of work, the forward thinking of building our community forward is very limited. You know, for the last little while, we've been taking a course in terms of governance, community. You need the individuals that you're paying top dollar for to be able to lead the organization and not do these little administrative stuff. Okay?
Thank you.
If we can free up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the ask was to respond to the question, and we'll have a moment for your final thoughts here and your additional comments. Councillor Hansard, is there a follow-up there?
I think I have a clearer picture of what prompted the motion. And I'm taking from that it could be a person who will serve multiple people from a location or move as needed through the building. That makes a little better sense than just a one-off hire. I do think $95,000 or $75,000 is an awfully high wage for that person, not knowing specifically what duties they would be performing. But then it's not my job to know all of those ins and outs of what individual positions do. I'll just leave that. I have to wrestle with my own thoughts on it.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Councillor Loyens, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just for clarification between the mayor and the CAO, being that I understand the administrative levels 1 through to 5, and we're talking about a level 4 position or high 3 position, what would the justification for that be instead of like a level 2 or lower level 3?
Town manager, go ahead.
Yeah, I can speak to that too, in certain ways. So, generally speaking, so our salary structure is defined by a number of different things, as you would probably guess. Requirements of the position, education requirements, what the position's doing, what it's not doing. Is it overseeing people? Is it so on and so? All of what I would believe would be fairly understood differentiations. So I'll stop there and just check in if I'm on the track, or is there further, or?
No, you're on track. Without getting personal, I left a position at an admin level 3. I know what I was paid. I know what my benefits were covered. So I'm looking at that $75,000 going, I didn't quite touch that at a level 3. And so I was curious as to why we're looking at it at a level 4 position. Again, knowing what I know that I did between provincial government personnel, right, and what the expectations were. That's kind of where I'm asking for the clarification.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, certainly appreciate the question. We're trying to, just get clarity or understanding as to what would be required or what the position would be doing and so on. Again, some of our, I'll say, the level 1, level 2 are, we have those levels too, and they would be correspondingly lower. And that's our system, so to speak. But again, without entirely understanding or having a good understanding of, I believe I understand the intent, but, we would have to put a little more time and effort into it to really well define where it would sit and have we have processes for that and so on. And when we would define it, what is 75 a number that works? It could be, but I'll just stop there. The initial kind of comments made lent it to perhaps a level 3 or 4, and those numbers could be reevaluated.
So then ideally, we're slightly, potentially over budgeting, not that 10,000 or 20,000 is going to change that percentage, but.
Well, and maybe this may help or hinder, I guess I'll say. Should council see fit to approve a motion as it's written and as it's presented, frankly, we would probably put the time and effort in and try to understand that and provide some commentary back, as to what could or could not be achieved. So, with that understanding, but at that point in time, though, frankly, it turns over to my authority to see as we deem fit. We would take the direction of what's been the conversation or the direction as it's written, but we would have to look into how that would be applied and where it would rest, and all of the other things that would go along with it. So I'll stop there, Deputy Mayor. That's just a few more, I guess, comments.
Thank you, Town Manager. Did you have an additional question or comment,
No,
Councillor?
thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Laurie, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate administration's answers to the questions. When these come in with those unknowns to them, it's hard to kind of wrap your head around, how does that function? Where does it fit? What does it look like? What does it cost? Those type of things. So, just trying to think on our feet here. I definitely support the intent. I completely agree. We have many levels within our organization, and adding in assistants and employees and other FTEs is great. It would help all over the place. This plan alone recognizes 5.7 FTEs added in 2023. I think in my, what's this, my 6th corporate plan now? I think that's the most I've seen in one corporate plan so far. So, I think that's a huge indication that we are moving in the right direction. I look at this $75,000 ask, and I kind of, again, I go through the org chart, and, the GMs themselves don't have specific administrative assistants dedicated to them, but as you go down from the GMs into the department managers, most of those department managers have an administrative assistant listed in their downline. So, they do exist within the organization, but I respect Mayor Choi's point of, we want the top performing people and the top level people in our organization to be working on the things that they should be working on. We want to provide them with the resources and the support to, not have them be dealing with, maybe report compilations or those type of things. I just look at where else we could spend that $75,000 with some of the other asks that have come forward, and given administration's response and the thoughtfulness that's gone into this, I look at our RCMP contract and the increase that we've seen in that, and the fact that we have to phase that in over 3 years. Well, we could take that $75,000 and instead of transferring money out of our public safety reserve to help pay for operating salaries in the RCMP, we could keep that money in our reserve to fund more, public safety projects, capital cost projects in the municipality, which again would be a huge benefit to our residents. I think this is a great a topic for our strategic plan, about talking about how do we support our top line employees to make sure we're getting the highest performance possible, so that we're getting the best work put forward and we're making the best use of everybody's time. I'm not convinced, I haven't heard enough yet this evening to move in favor of this. Obviously, there's still some commentary to come, as well as the closing comments, and maybe I can be swayed at that point, but I think just given all the information that's there, I'm not sure I could support this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Any other questions for clarity or discussion and deliberation from council? All right, before I turn this back over to the mover for final remarks, we've heard that there are some nice to haves, and this is certainly one of those nice to have that would support the work of the municipality. But we've also heard administration comment that it's not in the corporate plan because it wasn't identified as a top priority at this time. And, we certainly respect and appreciate the work that administration does in putting this together for us. And I think if there is a significant need identified there, that will, come up in discussion as we move forward as a municipality. And so just my thoughts there. We'll turn to Mayor Choi for your final remarks here. Just to clarify, my apologies, we do have a motion before us, and that is that council would add $75,000 to the 2023-25 corporate plan for the admin assistant. And so Mayor Choi, your final thoughts there.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I appreciate the commentary around the table and the wisdom of my council members. I do ask you to support the motion as the dollars is at $75,000. It is budgeted dollars. Does not mean that we have to use the entire amount that's budgeted. So if it's a step 1, 2, 3, or 4, I don't know. That's why I didn't put a step bit in there. So dollars are budgeted there. Find where you need that support and what level that goes into. And as the town manager said, that'll be at the discussion of the office of the CEO. Okay. And I just want to highlight to the members of our council, looking at page 22, table 13, which in the proposed budget for the 2024, there's a culture and tourism coordinator at $66,000. That's in addition to what's currently being paid right now for a contract position, which is an additional $25,000 also on top of that. Okay. So we have a culture and tourism coordinator to support the culture and tourism officer to get stuff done in the community. For economic development, we have an officer, but we also have an assistant to help get those things and those policies working. Right? We just added in this corporate plan, we added a clerk for ATS. Why? To support the services there. We didn't ask the manager or the general manager to take up the slack because we didn't want to hire an administrative assistant or a clerk to do that work. We have a payroll clerk that we're adding. We're not asking the manager of finance to take up that slack to do the extra payroll stuff. We also have an HR coordinator we increased the position to. We didn't ask the HR manager to take up that slack to do that work. We're paying these people with skill sets to do what they need to do, is to be the managers of those positions. We have 5 general managers: general manager of strategic services, corporate services, community protection services, community and social development, and planning infrastructure, with 0 clerical support. 0. We're paying these guys, these individuals, top dollar to be the general managers of our organization, and we have no support for these individuals. So they're taking their time, the salary that we give them, to do some of this work. Is it really valuable? Is it worth that much? Or can we get more out of them so that they can focus and use their skill sets to do what they need to do and not to do the administrative stuff? And having one between the 5 of them is very, very cost effective. And that's very fiscal prudent of us as community. And as I mentioned, in the office of the town manager and council, there is one that's split between the 2 departments. We've all seen the effects of it. As we transition from one EA to another EA, there's lots of gaps, missing meetings, etc. We just experienced our EA go on holidays that had to respond to emails and calendar entries on holidays. Is that fair for our residents and our employees? If we're going to pay these dollars and the salaries for our employees, right, we just had 400 I forget where it is. We just had a close to $660,000 increase in staff wages through a remuneration review So you're going to ask those general managers that received the review and got a merit increase or step increase to do administrative work? When we can hire one to assist them so that they can focus on what they need to do in terms of guiding and leading our community? I know it's an additional ask, and it's added to a tax base, but it is what we need as a community to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for bringing the motion forward. Council, thank you for your discussion, and administration for sharing your thoughts as well. Again, the motion on the floor is to add $75,000 to our corporate plan for 2023 to 2025 for an administrative assistant, and we will call that to question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that will carry. Mr. Mayor, do you have another motion to put forward?
I have lots of notes, Deputy Mayor, and I know this is getting late. Some of these things could be maybe pushed off till the next corporate plan and through some strategic planning and have more wholesome conversation. So I'm willing to forego the other motions that I have written down if members of council are okay with what we've come to as an agreement as a corporate plan that we've kind of finalized. If not, we can recess, come back again tomorrow to continue the conversation and add more motions to change the budget or the corporate plan how we like, or we can finish and then staff will fine-tune the numbers and then come back for approval in November 28th.
Perfect, thank you. And just before I pass the chair back to you, I missed the numbers in terms of the increase there, where we're going to end up. So I'm going to ask for that just here quickly.
7.47.
Perfect, thank you. Chair's all yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and appreciate your work. And who would have known you got sworn in yesterday and you're doing all this, so I appreciate you're doing well. And it is always exciting, especially during corporate plan, because as I mentioned earlier, the corporate plan comes from the strategic plan that council has taken a lot of time to bring to the forefront. This is our vision through consulting with our residents of where we want to be the next 5, 10, 15, 25 years down the road. Administration provided the corporate plan based on what they thought would be an appetite for the council and for residents. The last 2 days, council has made this corporate plan ours, through our motions, through our debate, through our conversations, through our direction to administration. Okay. Is there any more motions or direction from council? Councilor Hansard?
I feel like a bit of a comedian tonight. So we don't get to see your list to know if we want to reconvene tomorrow night or not? I mean, I'm really curious. I realize we have to wait till January for you to tell us that list, but now I'm curious what kind of goodies you had in store to lay on us tonight besides what you've already done.
I appreciate that, Councilor Hansard. So as many members on council and those in our staff and also the members of the public know I'm a visionary, and I look at the community as a whole, looking forward not for my re-election, but what our community needs going forward. So a lot of things that I come to the table with is those conversations that I've had with key community leaders, with our staff, with the members of council, and also through our strat planning to see where the best movement for our organization is. We are going to be 30,000 people in a short time. The groundwork and the infrastructure that we've laid over the last few years will pay dividends. First of all, we've invested in ourselves. Through the planning, through the infrastructure, through all the corporate plans that we've done of accepting the storm management upgrades, the road asphalt quality index, trails. Those are all laying foundations for our community to be 30,000. Look at our successes over the last few years. The opening of the Francophone School, the rebuild of Stony Central. Somebody also mentioned the upgrade of 628, the upgrade of Golf Course Road. Right? Those are the dollars that we spent and invested in our community so that we can see it flourish. And I think we've done that, Councilor Hansard. I do have some more motions, but I will leave them for another day. So unless any other members of council has a motion to make, I think we can adjourn and close the corporate plan. Councilor Meyer?
In agreement.
No, I'm giving you the opportunity to say a couple of comments before we close.
Oh, after your line there, I would just add one more to your list of things that we've invested in, is that library downtown. And I think we did a good job this evening supporting that. So maturing in our corporate environment here is good.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have two very quick things, but first, just want to thank administration. The amount of work that goes into this process is significant. As we've heard, it's a year-long process that starts soon after it seems to be approved. And so please know that that does not go unnoticed, and we're very grateful for all you do to move our community forward. Second, for our residents, we appreciate your input throughout the year. Know that those conversations you have with council and administration help shape this as well. And so as much as we call it, council's sort of corporate plan and whatnot, but it's truly a community plan, and it's driven by the conversations that we have with you. And so, even though we're not always, 0% tax increases, as we saw today, that there are some things that, council found necessary for our community. We'd ask that you just take that journey with us and understand that, we're acting in your best interest. So, administration, thank you. To the community, thank you. And to council, thank you for the discussion this evening.
Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one item that I want to flag, and actually I have a question for administration on it. On page 10, table 5, in regards to the Community Recreation Center. While its schedule is not listed until 2024 and 25, the construction is to begin in 2023, which is our next fiscal year, but we will not see any actual fiscal impact in 2023, as a debenture payment would not be owed. Therefore, we are essentially approving the Community Recreation Center in this corporate plan. My concern is the dollar value that's listed at $15,300,000, because as we've seen with the inflation pressures that we have faced, it is likely that for the facility we're looking at to exceed that. And so, two questions to administration. Number one, that dollar value of $15,300,000, do we feel that the Class C costing design that we're going to see in Q4, Q1 is truly going to come in around that $15.3 million range? Secondary to that, if that Class C costing does come in above the amount that is approved in the corporate plan that we see before us today, what steps will council have to follow in order to have that move forward?
Okay. General Manager, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. As mentioned to Councillor Pletchko last evening, certainly administration will be bringing back a robust report for council to make a decision. This project is a strategic priority of council, and we have it in the corporate plan to identify that strategic priority for council. However, throughout the plan, we have also identified that there's a go or no go from council with respect to this. So there's still another step in which council has to provide the ultimate approval to spend that. So from an administrative perspective, I don't believe you've authorized us to go and spend $15 million on a rec facility at this point. I do believe we need to come back to council, and we need to show you the operational impacts and how the facility will function in the community, and what it's going to take to provide that new amenity to our community. So that's a lengthy conversation, and certainly there will be some impacts on costing, and that will be a conversation that we will have to have. The current plan is a debenture of $15 million. So can we get a grant that supplements? So that 30% that we all know is happening in the construction industry now, does a grant cover that 30% increase? So it's still a $15 million debenture, but we're getting the facility that we would like to get, and council authorizes at the end of the day. So I think when we bring that report back to council, those are some of the good conversations that we're going to have together, and we'll have to ultimately make a decision at the end of that conversation as to the timing of a project, when it moves, when it doesn't move, when the tender gets issued and how it doesn't get issued. Part of our work is looking at creative ways to make sure that we've got some cost surety on the project overall. So typically we do a stipulated price. Perhaps we need to do a different way of construction at this point so that we have someone sitting beside our architect saying, that's a bit more expensive than this, so maybe you should put this in that project. So those are the types of things administratively right now we're going through in terms of trying to bring that those options or those confirmations back to council with that larger report.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. And the reason that I bring that up is I feel that this is one of the largest projects in the eyes of our public right now. And the feedback that I continue to receive on it is, why isn't it done yet? And so I'd like to make sure, and my question was garnered towards making sure that having this in here the way it reads right now will not delay this process any further, which what I'm hearing from you, it will not, that we still have those decision points, and those decision points will ultimately move us forward in that. So I appreciate that response this evening. Other than that, Your Worship, I concur with the comments that I've already heard. I have nothing else to add at this point in time. Thank you to administration for all the hard work that's gone into the plan. Thank you to council for all of your hard work in reading the information and bringing forward all your thoughts and ideas. I think this was a fantastic session over the last 2 days, and I'm looking forward to how this unfolds over the next year.
Thank you. Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing else to add except for yes, thank you to admin and everybody else for all their contributions.
Thank you. Councilor Hansard?
I'll try to be somewhat short. I want to sincerely thank administration. And I really appreciate that every corporate plan you put in there, what the process was starting back in January. It reminds us that what we do here over 2 or 3 days is the culmination of a years-long work. And that really none of this, except for the odd motion, comes as a surprise to us. And although I struggle a little bit with, seeing the proposed tax amount go up, I don't feel that any of that was frivolous at all. I feel that it will accomplish a great deal to help us do what we need to do as responsible people in charge of this community, and hopefully our residents will see that as well. Thank you to each one of you for all that you've put into it, all the other staff that makes everything happen, and to my colleagues on council. I'm charmed by you over and over again, and I see great thought and maturity in areas that particularly our new councilors surprise me. So thank you very much for all of your contributions, your wise words, and the odd glance that tells me a ton. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor Hansard. Councilor Fletchko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Well, I think everybody said a lot of things, but I like to always be a little bit long-winded when I talk, so here you go. Start off with our SLT team. I'm always amazed by what I get in a book that tells me what I need to know. I think there's a lot of thought process that goes into that. But I think that starts with your departments and the people that are in your departments. I think each one of them pay contributions to what you do that get us to where we need to be. So not only is it the SLT team, the administration, but it's everybody that's involved that gets us what we need to have to move our community forward. I'm always excited when I come in here and I see members other than the SLT team show up to hear what council's talking about. It's nice to be able to walk through the office from time to time and acknowledge them and have a bit of a conversation, but it's always nice to see them come out and see that what council's doing is important to them as well. So I think that's part of it. Tonight was not an easy night for anyone sitting at this table. It's probably the highest budget that I've seen since my term on council. But what you did tonight was put a lot of thought process into what needs to happen to make our community move forward, which I think is what's important. You can hold your heads up when you go outside. It's going to be tough because when people start to talk about what we have for a tax increase, it's going to be not a pretty thing, I don't think. But it's an easy justification that we're moving our community forward the way it needs to move forward. And I give kudos to each one of you for taking responsibility, and being able to see the future of Stony Plain. It's a place that we're all going to see kids grow up on. My kids are here, my grandkids are here, and I expect them to be a long time. And I think many of you are in the same situation where you're hoping your kids have a great community to grow up in and contribute back to it. So kudos to each and every one of you. It's been a pleasure working with you. I think you all have great vision, and this team has come together greatly on the second portion of our budgeting process. The first budget process is one that you just got to sit here and kind of listen and go, yeah, I throw my hands up and go, okay, I agree with it. But this one is, you own this one. And going forward, you will own the next three that come forward. So congratulations, and thank you to each and every one of you for coming out and spending time with us. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Logical. Appreciate that. It's getting late. Well, I don't know. You're pretty, I guess. Town manager, comments?
Yeah, certainly, Your Worship. I'll maybe quote Councillor Hansard and say that I'll try to be sort of brief. Really appreciated that one. Your Worship, you know, again, you know, there's been different years, different times coming into the chambers with corporate plans, and you know, Your Worship, and the rest of council, frankly, it's an honor, and it's a duty that we take seriously. And I would just, you know, to reference Councillor Plechko, that is correct. There is a lot of people that put a lot of time into the plan. You know, oftentimes, yes, there's 5, 6, maybe 8 of us you'll see more often than others in these chambers, but there are a lot of people that have a hand in the ideas or the thoughts or the comments or the numbers, and it is important to acknowledge each and every one of them. Your Worship, one more, I guess, sort of quick thought. You know, I've been through a lot of corporate plans over the years. None of them have ever been particularly easy. There's always something in the process or in the numbers or whatever that certainly is challenging, whether it's tax impacts, difficult decisions on cuts, frankly, and so on. But you know, I read something just last week that came to mind, and often in public service we don't necessarily get into it because it's easy. We get into it because it's difficult, and whether it's at the elected level or at administrative levels. You know, we choose this work because it is hard and because we want to do it well. I've seen that over many years with elected officials, and I've seen it over many years with administrative staff as well. So, Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity to present the plan, to work on the plan, and on behalf of everybody in our organization, just thank all of council for your leadership of the community and of the organization.
First town manager. And just last, before we adjourn, is to thank our residents. Thank you for being part of the journey with us. Thank you for completing the surveys and engaging with the town of Stony Plain. Thank you for engaging members of council through conversations at the grocery store, at events. Right? That is what we take back to the corporate table here. You know what? We're elected to share our experiences, our vision for the community. We're also here to represent our residents. And as this budget and every other budget that we deal with, not everybody's going to be happy. Right? There are some things that we're happy with and some things we're not. But it is a document that moves our community forward. And that is moving forward through the MDP, which we created with our residents to see how we want to be as a community, what we like about the community, what we needed to change, because growth is going to happen. We will continue to mature as a community, and we are the governance side of it, to make sure that we have the proper service levels, the proper amenities for our residents, so that they will want to stay here and not leave. And thank you, Council. I definitely appreciated the conversation, the debate around the table. That is why there's 7 of us. It'd be definitely a lot easier if it was only just me at the table, but that would probably be the worst possible corporate plan ever if there's only one person at this table. So the 7 of us make the best choices because we support each other, we understand where it's coming from, and once it's approved, we all walk the talk. So we're all united. So Thank you very much. With that, the corporate plan is closed. Thank you. Adjourned.